Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Hello, welcome in. Welcome to Wednesday. Today we are making nostalgic food. It's meant to be a nostalgic week, but unfortunately we cancelled Monday's stream. So we're starting today! Woo! Today we're going to be combining some of the recipes from Monday's stream to today. We're making curried sausages, which is something that I grew up making. It's one of probably the first dishes I made for my family. It's a very regular, very iconic kind of Australian recipe. Really easy. We're doing it today with chicken sausages, but you can use usually pork, I think, maybe sometimes beef, I don't know. But it's so easy and really yummy, and it feeds a lot of people. Then we're gonna get into making stew. So stew with dumplings is something that I grew up eating. It's kind of like, you can think of it as a stew with biscuits on top, American biscuits. So we're gonna make the American flaky biscuit recipe from my website, and then we're gonna make them, put them on top of the stew, and then you bake the stew once it's finished. And they're like cheesy, fluffy, flaky, delicious yumminess with the stew. It's really good. And then finally we're gonna make hedgehog slice. So this is a recipe I've had lots throughout my life, but I've never actually made it. So we're gonna learn together. It's basically like a chocolate slice with cookies. And yeah, it is really good. It's kind of one of those things, it's very similar. In New Zealand, they have something called a lolly slice, which is like different lollies or candies in like a chocolate slice. It's kind of similar to that, but we use cookies. And yeah, it's gonna be a bit of fun. Hello everybody, welcome in. It's lovely to have you. Rosalie, how's your week been? Guys, give me a holla. Before we continue, let's go back to last time on, show we did on the last stream. Hello, Mandy. So last stream we showed you the really simple 5-minute of work, 5-minute baguettes or 5-minute ciabatta. That recipe's coming to the website. Then we did double or nothing because we hit our goal. So each week we're going to be doing, I'll explain it later, but each week we have kind of a community goal of $55. And then if we hit that, we'll play double or nothing or just do something silly. It's like a long-term goal for some equipment that I am wanting to buy. And you guys are so great. I'm so grateful for your guys' help. So we hit $60. The goal was 55, so we got 60, which is amazing. And then there's a running tally at the bottom, so you'll see how much, it's meant to be, if we do $55 a week, it'll take us 39 weeks or something like that. So which is pretty cool. Something for us to work towards. 7 subs, resubs, gifted subs, 8 new people on the follows, Sage resub for 21 months, and for 2 months, the Milk Squad gifted 5 subs. This was a Kit Kat chunky cookie dough, wouldn't recommend. Nito gifted $5, Anonymous $50, Ed $5 as well. So it was a lovely cheeky stream. We made some gummies as well, they were no good. Would not recommend the gummies. It's not that they're bad, but it's like you got to eat the whole lot of them to get the same amount of pre-workout. I didn't think about it in the end. My idea was to get pre-workout, kind of like a pre-workout drink, and then make that into gummies. But the pre-workout itself is like in a glass this big, and then to make that into gummy, it was a good idea, but it's like, do you really want to eat that much gummy in the morning? Like, I should have just made it into like a solidified log or something. It's easier to drink than to eat. Haven't seen you play double or nothing in a while. We haven't played it. It was a request. So we have it in the cupboard, and I will play it when we hit the goal. So $55, exclamation mark goal. We're working towards a new camera lens, new equipment. For me to use for photography, and for me to hopefully get some clients behind the scenes, which will be really exciting, and then also use for food photography for the website for you guys. So like I said, I'm trying, eventually we're going to do some photography streams. I just need to work out how I'm going to do it with my setup so we can make some food and then take some shots of it on stream so you guys can see it and be involved, and you can give me tips. I'd love some feedback on some photos, and then we can learn together. Maybe I can teach you a little bit of stuff that I know, a little bit that I know. So then we have a total tracker. So this is automatic. When you !tip, you can tip towards this. So if you're liking the stream, the content, and you don't feel like subscribing, or you have a little bit in your piggy bank and not subbing these days is ad-free content, which I appreciate, but it's a lot of money. So if you have something that you would like to put into something a bit more effective, tipping is a fantastic way, as well as merch orders, things like that. And it's a great way to support the content, support me, because I get 100%, nearly like 100% of it. I think it's like 95% of it compared to a sub. This is a fantastic way, and we're working towards something together, which is really cool. And you get to see the use of it. And I don't know what else to say, but yeah, so this is automatic, and then the mods can update this with the stream sheet, so then we can see how we're building towards it. So this is US dollars. Hello, Nita, good morning. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Roselli. Thank you, Nita, for putting that up. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. So this is, the information is in the ! goal. But as always, whatever questions you have, I'll answer. I'll not ask, I'll answer. So yes, today we're making curried sausages, stew with dumplings, and hedgehog slice. Have you had any of them? Have you had none of them? Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you like them? Also, I have Nito just from, for the vegetarians in chat, I don't know why I did that. I bought some tofu. And so I'm trying to figure out what I want to make with it next week. So meatless Mondays, I'll try and be better and remember. We'll see how if we can get that going. I've never heard of a hedgehog slice. I don't know how it got its name, because it doesn't look like a hedgehog. It's not like spiky or anything. Hey Google, why is it called a hedgehog slice?
On the website coles.com.au, they say, the biscuits dotted throughout the chocolate slice resemble the spines on a hedgehog.
I don't think they do. You'll see. I don't think they do. Let's do a deep dive into Discord, show you what the community has been cooking and eating. I want to hear about your week. What's been happening? I feel like it's been too long. I don't like taking time off, but I will explain what happened on Monday, just really quickly once we finish this. Curried sausages still make me shudder from childhood memories, but I'm sure yours will be great. See, I think things like this is why we're doing this nostalgia week, right? Because it goes two ways. It's like you either love them from your childhood or you shudder from them for like, or you're uncomfortable for it. So like curried sausages, I enjoy eating them. I don't love them, but I enjoy them. But tuna mornay is something from my childhood that like makes me like feel sick in my mouth when I think of it. No way. So I want to hear about food from your childhood, nostalgic dishes or things that you used to love, things that you can't think, the thought of making, you eat them makes you feel really ill. Keen's curry powder, onions, cheap sausages, boiled potatoes. Oh, we didn't do boiled potatoes in ours. Interesting. Yeah, but cheap sausages definitely was what my parents used to buy. It was cheap, it was easy. Sometimes you used to chop them up, the sausages up small. Some of the times they were a bit larger. We used to eat it with rice. I don't know about you. Okay, so going back to Here, this is where we started. I made a goat cheese turkey boysenberry jam on a ciabatta roll, and I had a little friend in the background. So these are the ciabatta rolls that are going to go on the website. I'm still just editing, got to get them up. I've taken some photos. I just got to edit the video now. Belated Valentine's Day dinner with Senor Burrito. Oh, I think maybe we've seen this, but I don't know. Look at it anyway. Linguine with garlic, chili, and pan-fried prawns. Yum, look at that. I love arancini. So this is oven-baked bread and dips. Yum. Oh, hello. So like a capsicum dip. Tzatziki. Oh, I don't know what the other two are. It looks really good. The bread looks amazing. I hope it was a good night. And then we've got the linguine. Yes. Prawn linguine, yum. Or shrimp. Looks good, Neats. Yum. One was whipped ricotta and feta. Oh, okay. Shock breakfast of champions and my breakfast too. Fried egg over parmesan grits with a dash of hot sauce. I need to get my hand on more grits because I'm a big fan of grits, especially grits with like warm butter and prawns or shrimp is really nice. This looks so good. I don't think I've done breakfast grits before. So grits are kind of like polenta for North Americans. So it's like cornmeal. Ours is usually yellow, but grits are usually white corn. Very tasty. And cheese, they're good if they're cheesy. There's a recipe, very similar, the polenta recipe in All In Together is quite similar. It just uses polenta, which is yellow cornmeal. Cheesy, so good. Grits is made from hominy. But isn't hominy corn? Hey Google, what is hominy?
According to Wikipedia, in music, harmony is the concept of combining different sounds together in order to create new,
Beautiful.
distinct musical ideas.
Beautiful. Someone's talking to me. My Google Home is talking to me from my office, which is like the other end of the house. Margot made rainbow slice, a zucchini slice. I want to know how they turned out. It's like corn, but larger kernel and white. So hominy isn't corn? It's like corn. Interesting. Okay, thank you for sharing that. This is a zucchini slice. So what has it got in it? There's a few different recipes you can make. Oh, broccoli pea. From here it looks like broccoli and pen zucchini. I was like, what is a pen zucchini? Broccoli and pea zucchini slice. So olive oil, brown onion, self-raising flour, cheddar, egg, can't really read, vegetable, canola oil, zucchini, broccoli, spinach, frozen peas. Nice, very good. Nice. I don't mind zucchini sauce. Sometimes it is too like moist. I like more of like a quiche, but that looks quite tasty. Hope it was good. What have we got? Antamina made a charcuterie this is the charcuterie from Valentine's Day at her work, I'm pretty sure. Look at this. Apple, cheese. Okay, I know this I might be in the minority. I don't like cheese, cubes of cheese. Give me slices. I would prefer slices over cubes. Cubes, I don't know what it is, but like biting into a cube of cheese is too much cheese. But you give me that same amount, same volume of cheese in a slice, and I don't know, I just find it way nicer. It's better on a cracker. I don't know, I just don't do cubes. But these cubes look cute. We don't have like this marbled style cheese in Australia, the yellow and the white. I think it's like white and yellow cheddar, or Jack, I'm not really sure the name. It's claggy in cubes, yeah. These are cute, like little clouds of chocolate. I don't know what they are. Berries? Is this a mulberry or is this a blackberry? I never understand the difference between them. To me, they look the same. A mulberry or a blackberry. We've got some chocolate-covered pretzies, some macarons, some other crackers, some marshies. Interesting. Usually Colby Jack for the marbled cheese. So explain to me what a Colby Jack is. What are the tasters? Mulberry is golden. No. Mulberries can be black. I'm pretty sure. Are you sure? You might be right. You probably are right. But I thought mulberries were also like purpley black, sorry. Hey Google, what's the difference between a mulberry and a blackberry?
On the website Quora.com, they say, mulberries are larger than blackberries, and their skin is a dark purple or red. Blackberries are smaller than mulberries, and their skin is usually black. Mulberries also have a more intense flavor than blackberries.
There we go. Hey Google, what color are mulberries? Hey Google, what color are mulberries?
On the website notfarfromthetree.org, they say, when mulberries are ripe, when berries are sweet and juicy, red or hybrid mulberries turn a dark purplish black color when they're ready to harvest, and white mulberries will be a white or golden color.
Nice, so there's different variations. That's cool, Mr. Miyagi, we're both right. So I thought for a fact in Australia we have dark purple mulberries because I remember having them as a kid. Our neighbour had a tree, and this is I don't know if this is a typical Australian thing or just parent thing. We used to have to strip naked or just with our knickers, undies, and we used to like climb and pick the berries because your clothes would be stained. So our neighbours were girls. We used to like strip to our knickers and then we used to climb the tree and pick all the berries and then we used to eat them and then we used to smash them on our faces and we used to have like paint each other and our parents would like go crazy but laugh of course because we would come in and we would have like purple splotches all over us. Hey Hels, how you doing? You eat them dried? I've never had them dried either, so that's amazing. I didn't know that. I have to check them out. Colby Jack is Colby yellow cheese, Monterey Jack white cheese. It's similar to a medium cheddar but softer. Okay, that's really cool. All right. We don't have Colby Jack. Colby or Jack. I think we've got Colby. Australians, do we have Colby in Australia? I feel like I've heard the name Colby before, but it's not very common. Doing well. How is the entire Molly household? I'll give you an update in 2 seconds. We're doing good, but there's a little bit of stuff going on. We do have Colby, okay. Bulgogi beef with leftover veggies. So this is bulgogi beef from Costco. We just buy it in bulk, the bulk packets, and then we split it up into little portions. So then you just defrost, fry it up with some, usually I eat it with rice and kimchi because he just doesn't like kimchi. And then a fried egg, but then this time we added some veg. We don't have Trader Joe's, no. Is it good? Always wanted to try. The bulgogi beef is really nice. It's really quick and easy to fry up. Like I said, we serve it with kimchi, fried egg, usually like a bibimbap with like carrot and cabbage, spring onion or scallions. We just do kind of like a veg bowl. I love it. Big fan. Went to the city today. Our son wanted to pick up some new manga. Grabbed lunch at the little ramen bar. This is a Tan ramen. Nice. I've been craving ramen recently. Yum. I love ramen. Do you guys like ramen? Do you like ramen? What kind of ramen do you like? That looks good. It's got to have double egg for me. With a good amount of egg. What do we got here? Shock award-winning? No. Tasty brunch? Yes. Caramelized onion, queso fresco, bacon. Oh, like a quiche. Looks good. Great work. Shock, this looks amazing. The pastry looks crispy and damn buttery. Oh. Yeah, you're missing out. Feel free, if there's something that you love from Trader Joe's and it's shippable, feel free, !PO box. I'd love to try some Trader Joe's food. Really, really would love to. Japanese curry beef and rice. Hey, look at this from Beware. Nice, great job. Beautiful plate, by the way. This is a really cool plate. I love plates like that. I'm always looking for new plates, sussing you guys out for where you get your plates from and stuff. At the moment, I'm looking for like small dessert plates, but smaller than a side plate, like small ones, just for like a slice of cake. So keep your eyes out for me at like thrift stores and stuff. And I want some nice, just for food photos. Because sometimes, like on a side plate, you put a slice of cake and it's too big. And so I'm looking for like a really small, I don't know. It's just just little things on my mind. Turkey and salad sub for Katie, 80, the sandwich lady. Guys, she's a sandwich artist. She's too good for Subway though. Look at that. Great work, Kate. It looks amazing. I love turkey. I can't find as many people that like turkey as much as in my family. No one likes turkey as much as me. I'm a big fan of turkey. I feel like I should come to the US more because you guys seem to like turkey a lot. I've never tried turkey bacon, but big fan of like turkey breast, turkey sandwiches, turkey meatballs. It's just the flavor. It's good. And then it like makes you tired and sleepy and food comery. Out for a good grade celebration. Luckily, my kids have good taste in restaurants. Garlic edamame. Ooh. And miso ramen. Nice. That's good. Hopefully, when we have a kid, they'll like to try different foods and be able to explore their culinary taste buds. I want them to enjoy food as much as me and cook and then be my slave in the kitchen. Boneless chicken, I like sometimes. I dislike, what is it about poultry you're not a fan of, Mr. Miyagi? The taste or the bones? Lychee milk tea with Valentine's Day strawberry hearts. Oh, okay. Lychee milk tea. Never thought lychee would go with milk. You know when you think like flavors, fruity, and then the idea of them being milky, it just doesn't go. It's like orange. Orange, don't really think should be with like a creamsicle. It just doesn't suit. It's like lemon or lime. Probably shouldn't be creamy. But sometimes it works. Does lychee work? I know a lot of you haven't had lychee. That's one thing that when I've made in the past, lychee flavored cocktails or desserts, a lot of people are like, I've never had lychee in my life. You need to try lychee. It's good. I wanted my kids to be adventurous about food, but my oldest is autistic and sensory sensitive with food, so it's very severely limited, and the youngest follows whatever big sis does. I can understand that. You're just doing the best you can, Michaela, and you've got to make sure you remember to be proud of yourself. You're just doing your best, and they're doing their best, and I know you're doing a great job. It must be really tough at times, but you're a soldier. I like lychee tea, but not tried it with milk. Yeah, I only had like black lychee tea. Roast chicken from Wolf. Look at this plating and nice photo. Honey glazed carrots, fave. Parsnip, not really sure on parsnip. Balsamic beetroot and crispy taters. Yum. Look at that. Look at that. Taters. This looks great. Fed is best at any age. Agreed. Whatever you can do, just get food in them, some nutrients. Fed is best, definitely. Have you tried rambutan? I have. When we're in Bali, in Indonesia, and Malaysia. I think I've had rambutan a few times. It is nice. I like langoustine as well, but I haven't had them in years. This is my scramby from yesterday. I want a bit of protein. I used some of the sausages from, which we're going to be using today. They're not the best quality, but I just did chicken sausages with eggs, red onion, broccoli, and some tomato. It was tasty. Then shocked me with this. Molly's stream intro has a picture of beef pie. It's the hunter pie. That looks amazing. Since I'm working on my pie crust, I decided to try my hand at it. Mostly just beef stew recipe with things cut a little finer and simmered thicker and so it holds together still. Look at that. The pastry looks fantastic. Shock. Very proud of you. Hope it tasted great. Look at that. That looks delicious. The beef, like the jus, looks amazing. It looks really rich. I want to hear a review. I thought these were going to be cool, as they were super cheap, but I don't really love them, and the smell is weird. Bummer. They look cool though. I am a plain Jane though. Like if I'm going to get plates, other than the plates that we have, because a lot of them we have in the cupboard are for food photography, I like things to be matching, or I like to have like a set of 3, if I've got a pack, say of 16, I like to have like 2 or 3 colours of each colour. There needs to be multiple, or like, I don't know, I just get a bit anxious. Like, I don't know, I just feel a bit weird about not having at least 2 things of the same colour. Like I don't know. It does look like a Frisbee. I just realised you've been streaming for 3 hours. I thought you just started. We have just started. We started at 36 minutes ago. Yeah, we only just started. 8:36. We went live at 8 a.m. There you go. And then what do we got here? See money. Amazing. Homemade chili with the wife the other night. Ooh, beans and corn and tomatoes and ooh, this looks good. How do you serve your chili? Do you eat it like in the bowl on its own? Do you have it with rice or pasta? Is pasta sacrilegious? Can you eat it? You can eat chili con carne with pasta, can't you? I like it with potatoes, like chili con carne on a roasted tater. It's good. This looks amazing. That cheese looks good. We can't get cheese like that, like the thin, really thin grated cheese like this. Sad face. Looks amazing, everybody. You guys are phenomenal. Thanks for sharing. Pressing the wrong buttons again. I've done this before. The timer says 3 hours, 37 minutes. Oh. Maybe refresh? Weird. Because that would be 8, 7, 6, 5 a.m. that we went live. Weird. In the bowl alone, but that second pick with Colby Jack, a little sour cream, also sometimes Fritos. Okay, see money, remind me, Fritos are like corn chips. That would be good. I was a minute too late to post. You missed the cutoff, easy. We'll check it out on Friday. Let's make a coffee real quick because Miss Molly hasn't been sleeping very well. Pantry. Okay, so we cancelled stream on Monday, because Exceed's been having some kind of discomfort in his chest over the last few months, and it kind of like started out as kind of just a weird kind of sensation. It has, I don't think it's changed much, but now it's kind of ongoing that it's more of a worry. It's more when he lays down. So what happened was, so he kind of hadn't told me for a while, because it was nothing, and he didn't want me to worry, because me being
delicious.
what is that? Hold on.
Hugs
just
to
happened?
exceed, hugs to Molly, hugs to everyone.
Hey, Beware, thank you for 28 months. Thank you for the resub, you beautiful human. You're amazing, thank you. Appreciate you. What was I going to say? Yeah, he's been having this kind of weird sensation and... Where's my cup? Where's my... Oh, it's in my office. Damn it, Beware, I used my amazing cup yesterday and I left it in my office. I was taking photos with it. He's been having this weird feeling in his chest, kind of like a sinking feeling. So he went to the doctor last week and the doctor has then sent him to a specialist, but we hadn't had an appointment. And we were going to bed on Sunday night and he was just a bit worried about it, and then, he was just saying about, just when, you got a sore on your arm or something, you know how to deal with it. But like if it's your chest, it just kind of makes you think about things like your life and things like that. And then it made me a bit uncomfortable that he, because it's always when we go to sleep that it kind of comes on more when he's like laying down. And so basically I was just like, I don't feel comfortable going to sleep, next to you in case anything happens or whatever. I think like if you're getting it now, because when he's been getting it at night, but then he goes to the doctor and then they do tests and then nothing comes up. So, like they can't find anything in the ECG, like the testing of his heart. So I said to him, like, you're getting it now, why don't we just go into ED? Because if you mention it's your heart or you're having heart, like chest pain or chest discomfort, you should be triaged quite high. That was our idea. That's what we thought. And it took a bit of convincing and we got him there. And we went in, the triage nurse, let's just say, since we're not very happy with the hospital where we live now, we've been there, I cut my finger, we've been there about 4 or 5 times since we've lived down here, and the nurse, the care isn't the best, and things take forever, it's underfunded, it isn't great. So we'd gone there, triage nurse is a bit of a bitch, all in all, we waited for 4 hours, and in Australia there's a 4-hour rule where you either 90% of people, so the aim is not 100% of people, but 90% of people, as many people as possible basically, need to be seen, moved to a different area or discharged within 4 hours. So we were coming up to 4 hours. There's people who were like in the room, people who'd like rolled their ankle and then came in at like 11 o'clock. Like people who weren't really in an emergency situation, but the cost of living is going so high. Doctors are between $80 to $90 to get an appointment, where you get part of that back. But people just, it's free to go into an emergency, like an emergency room or emergency department. So I understand why people do it, but we thought the intention was that we would be seen earlier. She said to him, because he wasn't sweaty, wasn't feeling short of breath, that he was triaged lower. So we were there for 4 hours. They'll have to, definitely, Hell's Bells. So everyone's triaged, so they're given like a priority list, and then you sit in the room until you come. So I was assuming that it would be, because it was, chest, heart related, possibly we would be triaged a bit sooner. A man came in just after us and was having a suspected heart attack, so he went straight through. Yes, so and all in all, we ended up waiting there for 4 hours. We eventually were seen. He had an ECG and some bloods taken, and then the nurse was like, what? They should have cannulated him and taken blood surely. No. So we waited for 4 hours. We eventually, because the 4-hour rule kicked in, they took us to a room. He got an ECG, he got bloods, and then we said, like, how long are we expecting, with the bloods? And they were like, it'll just come when it comes. And I can't give you an expectation. We're like, well, the doctor has kind of given us, I was saying to Exceed, when I sat down, I was like, the doctor's kind of giving us this assumption that it's like, he's not worried about it. Do we just go home? Do we wait? So we ended up waiting for 2 more hours and waiting for these blood test results. So we were there for 6 hours. And then at the moment, it was like 4:30 in the morning. We'd been there since 10. I said to Exceed, like, they don't seem to be, not that they don't care, it seems to be not a priority. They, like, obviously they have a duty of care, but it doesn't seem as though they're too worried. So I said, like, maybe we should just go. And because I was the one that pushed him to come, right? And so I felt terrible. And he had work and he didn't want to miss work at 8 a.m. So I just said to him, like, maybe we should just ask her, like, is there an update with the bloods? Should we, give her, get her opinion? Like, should we just go home? Like, whatever. So Exceed went up and asked and said, is there an expectation? Like, is there an update on the bloods? And she said, mate, I can't give you an estimation. It's going to be what it's going to be. And he was like, okay, well, he goes, can you call me with the results? And she just got up, left, then came back a minute later with printed reports, bloods and everything, handed it to him, and then we were told to go home. So it was like, would it have been the same if we had gone home? Like, or didn't ask, would we still be waiting there? Yeah. So he has now an appointment tomorrow we had to ring around different doctors. The earliest we could get in with a cardiologist was 2.5 weeks. And so that was a bit stressful. So we are a bit nervous because it happens at night time, I was saying, and I usually wear earplugs so I can't hear because I'm a very light sleeper. But I'm just terrified that something will happen in his sleep or he'll just get uncomfortable and I won't be able to hear him. And so I've been sleeping the last 2 nights without earplugs and I haven't had the best sleep and I keep checking on him throughout the night. Like I said, it could be nothing. It could just be a weird discomfort. It could be indigestion, but it's just a little bit scary for us. So I wake up in the middle of the night, every 20, 40 minutes, and just kind of listen if I can hear him in the dark, hear him breathing. Imagine feeling like your literal job is an inconvenience. And so then, he's been fine, but he's been nervous going to sleep as well. So he usually sleeps. I've been thinking that it's possibly pericarditis, but we don't know. Yeah, the hell's bells. That was exactly when he said to me on the weekend that it was like when he lays down. But he says he sometimes gets it when he's sitting up. So it's when he sits down, like when we're watching TV. But like I said to him yesterday, we're like, why don't we try and sit you upright? And he said, that, I still get it sometimes, very occasionally, but at work when I'm sitting down. So we're just going to go and see the doctor tomorrow. We had to ring around to the doctor surgeries to see who we could get him in with. The one that he was referred to actually has a spot, but we have to drive the other side of Perth. So it's a big drive, but it's our priority because we want just some reassurance. I hope my post in Mod Chat didn't scare you either. It was just only sharing you how important it is. Yeah, of course. No, we do take it seriously. And, that's why I am a little bit more of when it comes to other people's health. Like I kind of jump down people's throats sometimes, and it can be a bit intimidating. But I just, the idea of something happening to him is scary, and so yeah, that's what's been going on with us. Being proactive is important for sure. But I do want to say how much I appreciate what you shared, and it's something that I wanted to keep you guys updated with what's going on. Do you find yourself hypercritical or more understanding of medical stuff? Sometimes I can be hypercritical in an unfair way. It's not that I'm critical of and I don't trust them. I just sometimes like to think about, like, I don't take what they say on face value. I think about, like, and then I go and do my own research and things like that. Because I've worked in the industry, that sometimes people get things wrong, or they don't have experience in that area or whatever. Like, I went to the doctor on Monday for myself to just do a checkup for, like, pregnancy and things, and I asked for a test that I'd got before, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and the doctor didn't know what it was, the test that I wanted, and she'd never heard of it before. And so basically it's called an AMH test. It's an anti-Mullerian hormone. So it's basically it's what more women should know about. It's a test that kind of gives you a rough indication of how many eggs you have, like how many eggs you have in your ovaries. And the doctor didn't know what it was. And it's just even, I'm pretty shocked that a GP doesn't know what it was. But I try, and I'm getting, it's maybe more aware of it. It's not that I don't trust people. I just want to know, especially when it's like a loved one, you just want to be like, okay, I try not to critique people's, when I'm watching them, like doing dressings or whatever. I know the stress, what it's like, and, as long as it's good enough, 9 times out of 10, as long as it's good enough, like aseptic technique and like whatever, then I'm not a dick about it, definitely. But if I saw something really shocking, like someone drop something and do something really inappropriate, and then it not be sterile, and then go to do something to myself or someone else, I would say something. But I don't, my stepdad always asks me, he's like, did you tell them you're a nurse? I'm like, no, because then I know what it's like when you come into a situation and then you're working on a patient or patient's loved one, a patient's loved one's in the room, and you find out they're a nurse or they're medically trained. You feel so much pressure, and then you fuck up, and like, because you're so nervous, or they think you're critiquing. Yeah, so it's not a good thing. You know what I mean? Does that answer your question? I'm always a believer that, like, getting multiple opinions or views or doing research, but at the end of the day, like, I sometimes don't know what I'm talking about, and I have a feeling that something could be wrong or whatever, but you just gotta find a good person, like a good health professional that you trust, and that, and if you are unsure, advocate for yourself and advocate for others. Ask questions. When we were at the vet with Chester, the whole situation, I would write questions, and part of me would get a little bit self-conscious that I was being, like, not demanding, but like I was asking too many questions, or being like taking too much of their time or whatever. But at the end of the day, when you're paying thousands of dollars, for care, or it's a loved one, you got to get all your answers and your questions answered, and make sure you're reassured, because sometimes in the moment when you're there, you forget the questions you have. So just write stuff down, and everybody, like, they're just trying to do their best. They'll answer you, and if they can't, if the doctor's not answering you, ask a nurse. They're usually really lovely too, and they've got their experience as well, where they'll be like, they'll tell you how they feel or what they would do. Like, ask a nurse, and be like, have you got experience with this doctor? Would you recommend them? Would you recommend them to your family? To, like, if you're getting like a referral or something, like, okay, would you let them operate on your loved one? Something like that. As an IT guy, I find myself critiquing every tech thing, not a dick about it, but my inner voice is often like, what were they thinking doing that? Yeah, sometimes I do that. But sometimes you've got to realize is that you don't have all the answers. Or you don't know the full situation. So like why someone's giving you that, why someone's doing something. You're only seeing like 1, 2, 3, but they've got 4, 5 behind the scenes and they're working on that, and that's what they're coming up with that answer for. You know, it's like anything, IT, tech, medicine, whatever. In life, people are only doing what they can with the tools that they've got at that moment. And so if they had more time, the situation might be different, the outcome might be different. If they had more education, if they had more support, yeah, it's always best to ask questions before critiquing, I found. But I am not the best at it. I'm trying, I always try and be patient. And, you know, one of my things is I'm conscious of myself of being judgmental about things because you know, it's those toxic traits from, you know, childhood and things like that. People, you're surrounded by people who are judgmental. Sometimes you take on that trait. So I try and draw a line in the sense and, you know, not pass that on and not do that myself. Good morning, Margot. Not easy being on the waiting end. Yeah. So that's a bit of an update. We're just, we'll let you know more as we go. But he's healthy. He's, you know, he works on the treadmill for hours, different days. We eat well. He's healthy, and so just kind of figuring out what's the issue. It might just be something really simple. It might just be like pericarditis, inflammation of the heart, or could be just some chest thing, or it could be indigestion, or it could be anything. But it could be something more serious, and so we're just checking it out. I'm finding with my dad that oncologists like to keep their cards close to their chest. Like both him and I want to know things up front. Don't sugar. Yeah. Yep. Especially with the older a doctor has been around, the longer they've been around, the more experience they have, you'll find that they do hold their cards close to their chest, or they don't tell you too much, because some people, not everybody, but some people take what they say and twist it. Like, or they, you know, I found myself as well. Like there were some things with Chester's care. Our oncologist would, she is very like reserved with what she says, because she said like, I don't want to give you guys false hope, and I want you to be aware of, you know, the situation. Like she said to us, with even though Chester's doing well at the moment, she said that, you know, it could last for a few months and then he could, you know, return and get sick. And she said still his life expectancy is a year, even though he's doing really well. She said, I hope that it will be more than a year. And she said, but I don't know, and I need to have precaution with talking about it, because, you know, things will come back on them. Same with doctors, lawyers. When people give advice, it's their license on, or their kind of their profession on the line, and it's better to be precautious. Is that the word? You know, sometimes words don't sound right to you. Precautious? Is that a word? Have precaution. Yeah, like it's better for them to under promise and over deliver. I think that's always the best thing. Could be muscular. We did think it was muscular, but it's been going on for months. He, like, at one stage he thought it was muscular, so he was stretching and stuff, but we'll see how we go. I've got to go get dinner rolling for the kids, but we leave for our fancy dinner. Oh, fancy dinner. Costco and hot dogs. I love it. Nice. Make sure you put pickles on there. I had my first Costco hot dog a few weeks ago. Damn. Australian hot dogs are pork, I think. They're not the same as the US. Are yours pork and ours are beef, or ours are beef and yours are pork? They're different, I just know that. I was impressed though. Got to have the pickles and the onions. Yeah, I was impressed. I'm not a big hot dog person, But for like $1.99, pretty cool, pretty bloody cool. You gotta do it once in your life. But Exceed and I still think Costco pizza is the best takeaway pizza. Not like, you know, compared to like Domino's and like the cheaper pizzas, not gourmet pizzas. We're not talking about like the pizzeria takeaways. We're talking about good pizza. Like Costco is fantastic. Fantastic, we like it. Okay, so as I said, we're making sausage casserole. Any questions about what's going on? So there was an update about Exceed. Exceed's doing okay. You know, positive vibes, send them our way. I feel like I've been taking all your positive vibes recently with Chester and now Exceed, but he'll be okay. I just wanted to give you an update. Then we've got this. So we've got exclamation mark goal, where it's a long-term goal, $55 a week. I'm hoping we can get $55 a week, and that would be 39 weeks. But we're ahead. We're ahead already. So this is the tracker, and 2,200 US dollars is about 3,200 Australian dollars, I think. And that's how much the lens is. It's the biggest, most expensive lens, probably more than my camera. Oh my God. So that's why it's a long-term goal, okay? Long-term goal. Wow. I just thought it'd be a bit of fun, because you guys are always asking about like things, the way you can support the channel, keep me here. It isn't like, it's just something that I want to use for food photography, and it's a purchase that I've been wanting for years. For then, I also want to start like my photography business and use it for that. So thank you, Housebells. I appreciate you. Thank you everyone for being here. All right. Feel like the standard hot dogs are at least pork, Nathan's personally, and those are all beef. Okay, you buy Nathan's. Nathan's famous. Interesting. Always buy the best glass you can. Yes, true. The lens is more effective than the camera body. So yeah. It's an investment for sure. Okay, so what we're gonna do is make sausages. Okay, I'm off to the chemist. You reminded me I need meds. No wuckers. Everyone, get your health checked. Go to your local GP, your doctor. Get a checkup. Just get full bloods. Let them know you should be getting at least 6 months to yearly checkup. Just to write a list of things that are all going on. You know, things that as you get niggles and pains and stuff, and then go and see your doctor. I know it is a bit of these days it's a little bit of a, what am I saying? Like it's a bit of a privilege with the cost of living and things, I know, but you ain't got nothing if you don't have your health, my loves. I'm having a yearly dental, I need to do that. I need to get a dental checkup. I'd go to the doctor, but the dentist, I don't know. I should do that. I still use my 51.4. I don't know what AIS is, but I like a good. I use a nifty 50. 50 millimeters is a really good lens. It's a good. I think it's probably one of the most versatile. I like primes. Okay, so curried sausages. The way that we did it as kids. I used to make it all the time, but I haven't made it in years. So I'm going to need some feedback. Okay, it's a Nikon 1970s lens. Fab. Okay, our plate is now. No worries. Take care. Do your stretchy stretch. So we got sausages. We got onion. We're going to use curry powder. I'm going to put garlic in it, because why not? Coriander, cumin seeds, curry powder. Here. Garlic. Margot, what else do we need? I'm gonna very much need everyone's assistance for the hedgehog slice because, like I was saying, I don't remember the last time I made. I don't think I've ever made hedgehog slice. Okay. So you chop up the onions and then fry them. Then we're gonna add the sausages and fry them, the garlic. Then we're gonna add curry powder, water, and thicken it with a bit of flour. That's what I remember as a child, as a preteen. But then we're gonna make it better. So, salt, pepper, chicken stock powder, maybe carrot? Real hedgehog, the animal? Yes. We don't have hedgehogs in Australia. We have echidnas. I think they're from the same family. Hey Google, are hedgehogs the same family as an echidna?
On the website Britannica.com, they say, in spite of echidna's outward resemblance to hedgehogs, the two animals are not related.
They're not related. An echidna. Hold on, let me just turn this Google Home off.
By the number of claws on their feet, and by the shape and length of them.
Bye Google. Hey Google, is an echidna the same as a hedgehog family? That was a weird sound.
On the website Byju's.com, they say, echidna belongs to the family Pachygloscidae. Hedgehog belongs to the family Erinaceae. They are widely distributed in New Guinea and Australia. They are found in Asia, Europe, Africa, and even in New Zealand.
An echidna. Yep, you got it. Echidna. I think that's the way you say it. All right. How many people know what I'm talking about when I say curried sausages? How many of you know what I'm talking about? Mainly probably Aussies. Anyone outside of the Australia know what a, just rubbing some little bit of stuff on there. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Hey Google, who invented Australian curried sausages?
Sorry, I don't understand. But I found something similar. You want to know who invented the sausage sizzle?
No. Hey Google, what is curried sausages?
On the website RecipeToEats.com, they say, a retro classic, browned sausages smothered in a curry-flavored gravy with onions, carrots, and peas. Skip the old school method of boiling sauces. That's throwing away free flavor. Browning sausages in the same skillet used to make the curried gravy makes a much tastier sauce.
All right. Margot, how did you do yours? Did you add carrot? It's kind of like a Japanese curry, I would say. It's very similar to a Japanese curry. So I've got garlic, onion, sausages. I don't remember as a kid having vegetables in it. I could ring my mum, but I think she's on her way to the airport. I can ring Belgor. One moment, let's ring Belgor. I'm pretty sure as a kid it was just sausages. Send Harlequin girls. Okay. We'll ring Belgor, my big brother.
Reached a message bank of 04.
Damn it. He's probably still asleep. All right, onion. Cook the onion. I think I'll just do it how I remember and we'll go from there and we'll do a taste test. We're going to serve it with rice. Where's rice, baby? Australia's got all hell's critters. Yeah, people, I don't know, like, because we're used to it, right? We have spiders and snakes, but like I said, I don't know the last time I saw a snake. I know, I can remember one time I was on a bicycle, but it was like 20 years ago. I think I was 12, 13, so it was like 20 years ago. That was the last time I saw a snake. Then spiders and things, you see them occasionally in the house outside, but you don't go near them. Or you're bigger than them. You're like a giant to a spider. I don't know why people are so scared. I don't get it. See, I'm more afraid of like bears in North America, or like possums, or you guys have those really cute little, what are they called? The little chipmunk things. But I heard they bite, like they're cute, and in a really scary way. I don't know. I think it's just things like you're afraid, or you're wary of things that you're kind of not near. Floridians. I'm scared to go to Australia. Everything is scary creatures discovered. It's see. I think that is partly due to all of the media and Steve Irwin and just the theatre of, oh my God, it's a spider. This is so deadly. Just so shit. I don't care. Like, if you shouldn't be scared to come to Australia. We live fine. Australia's one of the best places in the world. You're just missing out. But also, you shouldn't let fear set you back. You shouldn't let fear hold you back. I saw a poisonous but docile snake on my holiday before Christmas. He was just chilling, doing his thing. Cool. You're not scared, Margot? I don't like the idea of snakes, but... And I don't like the idea of bears. Wouldn't stop me coming to Yosemite or like national parks and stuff. I like Steve Irwin nostalgic memories. Recent discoveries did it for me. Okay. Could have sworn I still was following the channel. Welcome back, Smallsmiths. Oh, it's great to have you. Okay, so I'm going to teach you a secret trick. Nobody else knows this. No one has ever heard this trick before. Was that a good wink? I don't really know how to wink. Yes, so that was me winking. Nudge, nudge. No one's ever heard this, but it's a trick just for you and I, okay? So you want a pressure cooker, fast, slow cooker, whatever you want, Instapot, whatever. So you're doing, let's go with 1 cup of rice, like this. And what we're going to do is we're going to wash this, and then we're going to add back in one of these rice. One of these is full of water. Okay. So wash and strain your rice. Okay. So my version of washing is I just put water in here and I spin it around like that, and then I rinse it off. Take off the water, and then I might wash it one more time. We just get some of the excess starch off. And then we're going to add back in same amount, because the water, I've left a little bit of water in the pot. It works out to be a quarter of a cup. So add back 1 more of these into there. I'll let you know the secret to really good rice. Stock powder. Stock powder. So we're cooking chicken today, so we're going to use chicken stock. You could use, if you're cooking beef, use beef stock. You can use mushroom stock as well. So we're going to add a heaped teaspoon here, stock powder. And then if you want to go extra delicious, extra bit bougie, add a teaspoon of butter, like that as well. Depending on what you're doing. We're only using a cup of rice, so I'm using a teaspoon. But just give that a bit of a mix, like this. Put your lid on. Lock it, okay? Make sure it's on high pressure, locked. We're gonna do it for 4 minutes. 4 minutes in the pressure cooker. Makes the fluffiest rice. You do not need a rice cooker, okay? I will tell you once, I'll tell you again. Don't waste space in your cupboard, a space that you could have a Ninja Creamy or an ice cream maker. You don't need a rice cooker. Just get a pressure cooker and save the space in your pantry, in your cupboards, for something cool. Something cool for you to use later. Gonna pick up Chinese on the way home. Do I want General Tso's tofu or egg foo young? Don't know what either of. Let's go with egg foo young. Sounds funnier. Funner. Is it quick cooking rice? Tofu. It's just regular basmati rice. Cooks in 4 minutes because it's under pressure. It makes really fluffy rice. You can cook sushi rice in there, all kinds. There is going to be real hedgehog. Cookie hedgehog. Okay, so onion. A bit more caramelized. We're going to add in our garlic. Where's my smoosher? My garlic crusher. I do this method from time to time. I sometimes add bone broth. Oh, I'm putting it upside down. Yeah, bone broth works. But, guys, girls, everybody, pay attention. Your dish, your side dish needs to be flavorful so that when all your meals, all your side dishes, let's think of all the side dishes, right? The rice is an accompaniment to the curry. They're side dishes to each other. They both need to be tasty, both need to be delicious. Don't use plain or boring rice. We don't do that around here. We use delicious, yummy rice that goes with a delicious, yummy curry, okay? And then we use delicious, yummy papadums or whatever. Today we're doing a yummy curry sausage, and then that's gonna go with our yummy, flavorful rice. You're always adding flavor. You can take something away from Indian cuisine. A lot of Asian cuisine is, when they go to sit down to eat a meal, there'll be a lot of different plates, a lot of different dishes, and they all are really flavorful accompaniments. So you've got like a chutney or like a sauce, a relish, like a say for Indian, you've got a raita and then a relish, a pickle, things like that. And you eat them all together and they just add so much flavor and they bring everything and just level up everything. That's what we're gonna do here. Don't do boring side dishes. Pasta, cook your pasta with a little bit of salt. Cook it with a bit of stock. Add flavor to then make your dish taste even better. Okay? Hi Carrie, how you doing? Welcome in. Oh, Boo apparently likes this song. Just started howling with the chorus. Go Boo. Woo woo. Unless you have high blood pressure. So it's the thing with salt. It's unless it's not recommended by your doctor. Like, go and talk to your doctor about salt. Some people stay away from salt unnecessarily because that fear mongering. You need to go and check with your doctor because there's other alternatives that you can have, like MSG, to enhancing the flavor of your food. Some people just are fearful of salt, but they will eat lots of sugar. You should be more fearful of sugar. I have a small Zorushi, I don't know how to pronounce it. It's my favorite appliance, all about finding what works best for you, eh? Yeah, definitely. MSG is great. I'm surviving, broke down. I made a doctor appointment for my shoulder. Gonna spend the spring getting body repairs. Heck yes! I love that for you. I'm very proud of you, Kerry. Good on you. I understand you've been working your butt off and you've, to the detriment of your poor little shoulder. But now it's your shoulders' time to shine. Get you some body repairs. We're wishing you the best for your recovery, definitely Swarmers. And make sure you're taking some time to rest and look after yourself, because your body has obviously told you that it needs rest. And you can hang out with us. How exciting. Nothing like a little Bondo and duct tape. Yes. Kerry. Okay, we got some sausages. So there was 2, 4, there was 8, now we've got 6. Like that. But glad to hear it. Looking after yourself is what I love. I love that you look after yourself, Kerry. I love that you all look after yourself. You all look after me so much that I wish I could return the favour, and I will do that in humour, good looks, laughter. Making you laugh makes me happy. All right, so I'm just gonna cut these sausages in like sections. You can cut them before or after you've fried them, whatever. What meat? Chicken sausages. They're a little bit soft compared to the sausages that you would buy at the store. Like the cheaper ones have got more fillers, so they kind of stay a bit firmer. These are breaking apart a bit. If you cut it before you fry them, they won't explode everywhere. True. They look freshly made. They're probably not the best quality. I thought I was getting some okay ones, but I wanted them to be plain. The other chicken ones had like feta and stuff in them, and they wouldn't go with my dish. So just try and plonk them in there and not move them too. Oh, look what I did! Not move them too much until they're kind of cooked. I'll show you a secret. It's a secret that I tell everybody. I'm a bit like that, guys. I'm a bit, I cheat with my secrets. I'll tell most people. It's only the special ones. Only the special ones in here. I tell you my secrets. Okay, so the thing with sausages, right, is that they often, they take a long time to cook, and sometimes they cook on the outside but not the inside. So a little trick what I do is give them a little bath, and this helps conduct the heat better, so they cook on the outside, as they cook in the inside quicker, and once they're cooked and that water evaporates, then they go brown on the outside. So you kind of give them a little bath, give them a little braise, and then once that water evaporates, then we can give them some colour on the outside. So water is conducting the heat, so it's distributing the heat around the whole sausage, rather than if we had no liquid in there, they're just the heat's being conducted through where the contact point. Now they're all like there's heaps of contact because they're enrobed, they're wrapped. You can think of like getting a big wrap by a big blanket, a water blanket. That's it. It's a big bath for our little sausages, and it helps them keep their shape as well. Cool. Any notes? Any questions? Just give them a little jiggle. See, they're just kind of keeping their shape a bit better. They'll firm up, and then we brown them. So tell me about your week. What's been happening? I want to hear your wins, your rewards, your learnings. What did you find tricky this week? What is something that you found tricky? Maybe you're trying to work through it. Maybe you succeeded, but what's something you found tricky this week? For me, I am trying to, what am I finding tricky? I think there's things that I know I want to do, but I'm finding it tricky to get past kind of my own like imposter syndrome, I suppose, thinking, that I can't do something, and getting a bit nervous about like failing, and that's really holding me back at the moment, making me really scared. And I'm finding that a bit tricky to navigate. And you've got a goal, or you want to try something, but you just don't know where to start. I think that for me, I don't know if you felt something like that before, where you have an idea, or you don't really have an idea, but you want to do something different. You want to improve, but you don't know where to start, or you don't know how to do it, or it's just trying to navigate, create the steps. It's been tricky for me. What about you? My high blood pressure, Ed, thank you for sharing. How are you feeling? Is it something that you've got checked this week? Or just something that you're thinking about getting checked? We're thinking of you, and hopefully it works out. If I think there's a few people in the community who have some of the same concerns. So if you want to talk about it in Discord, or get some support there, if there's that we can do anything, please let us know. Sleeping in the heat can be tricky. Definitely, Margot, definitely. It's uncomfortable, and then you just get to sleep, and then your body gets hot again, and then you wake up. Very tricky. What are you doing to combat the heat at the moment? Do you have a fan in your room, or aircon? For us, we have an aircon. We got it moved above our bed, but you know what's tricky? The electricity bills. So we put it on a timer, and then one of us wakes up and then puts it back on when you get really hot if you can't sleep. But it's definitely been something that is hard. Yeah, fan, aircon doesn't reach the bedroom. That sucks. Is there a way that you can get a little minion to transport cold air for it? I don't know. Have you done the trick with the putting like a towel on the fan, or putting a bowl of water or something in front of the fan, so it creates like some moisture? When we were in the emergency room on Sunday night, there was these ads for this, I think it's called Instacool. It was this fan that you put water into, 10 litre, I can tell you all about it. You can put 10 litres, all you need to do is put 10 litres of water, turn it on, and then it creates a dehumidified fan system. It rotates so that it creates extra dispersion of air. God, this bloody ad, late night shopping channel came on. Oh my God, it was the worst. The product did look cool though. It was really intriguing. If it worked, it would be cool. It was called like an Instacool fan. And it was just basically a fan that like sprayed like fine mist of water. And so it dehumidified the air to make it feel cooler. A lady was saying it felt like an ice bath. I call that promo vision. Yeah. I kind of lost my job, but I got accepted. I got accepted to a cool program at a fancy cooking school, trying to balance everything out. Wow. That, I can imagine that. How are you feeling with it? Because losing your job, that's a whole adventure in its own. It's never a good feeling, losing your job. But you know what they say is that when you need to kind of close one door to open another, and it seems that a new exciting adventure is on its way for you. And I know that is daunting, getting out of your comfort zone and going to a new program. But there's the possibility it could be really rewarding for you, it sounds. I'm very excited. Well, those sentences describe me today. Beware, talking about imposter syndrome and like figuring out what you're doing next. Yeah, I get it. What's going through your head? Do you want to share? I call that promo vision. One of my wins scooped out and reached out. scoped out and reached out to my county about some community gardens in my area. Hopefully one of the top 3 was an available plot. Amazing! That is fantastic. So a community garden for edibles, so like fruits and veggies and herbs. What kind of garden are we thinking? Or is it going to be more like a roses and your pretty things to look at? How awesome! Your community is really lucky to have you, Sormus. That is fantastic. I would love to see if there was something around here. I'd love to be. I should check it out if we've got like a community garden around. That would be really cool. Maybe we could do some gardening streams. That would be really cool. Words are hard today. I can understand. I getcha. When one closes, another one opens. Definitely. Yes, for edibles. Oh, God. I'm excited about the program, but it's too much of an anxiety, so I really try not to think about it. Just focusing on staying above water. I can understand. Is this something like? Is it a full-time program? Just take, like I was saying on Friday last week about with something like this, any big issue, it feels like an elephant, and how do you eat an elephant is one bite at a time. Take it slowly, small steps at a time, and work your way through it. Try not to look at the whole elephant. Don't look at all of it, it's overwhelming. But try and break it into little steps. For me, what works is making like notes and doing to-do lists and things that I need to do today or this week and working it out, and then doing like a checkbox, because I feel fulfilled when I check something off my list and then working towards it. And if you don't know where to start, chat to someone, figuring out what you need to do next, or what's going on. It's really great to communicate with the people around you of how you're feeling and how you're going to work through it, so it doesn't feel so overwhelming. It's only 3 nights a week, so I got to find another job to fill my week. Okay. I am rooting for you. And what kind of industry, kind of work do you think you'll be looking for? Okay, rice is done. So we've got this nice caramelized onion. So it's added nice color. These were white sausages, remember? Look how much color the onion and the Maillard reaction. So we're getting some browning there. So we've got onion, garlic sausages. And we're gonna add some curry powder here. Okay, like that. I'm gonna add some chicken stock. Teaspoon, there. No apple. Apple? In curried sausages? No, not for me. Okay. All right, I added a little bit of water, just a little bit, just to kind of create a little bit of liquid. At a bakery, making food to grab for lunch maybe. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, and that would be great. So tell me more about the course as well. I'd love to hear about what it involves. So you said 3 days a week. Now we need to grab some thickening agent. So this is our gravy, our sauce, and we want to make it a little bit thicker so that it coats the sausages a bit more. And we're going to make some flour. It's just a regular plain flour. If you were cooking for someone that is gluten-free or you're gluten-free, you can use tapioca starch or cornstarch. This is the way that we used to do it when I was a kid. I was in the kitchen when you were saying chicken stock powder. Is it the same as bouillon? Yes. So I use a brand called, for a chicken stock, I use Li Kung Ki, which is a Chinese brand, but it's actually made in the US. Fun fact. So a little bit of flour like this. Sprinkle it on top. So there's not a lot of liquid. I don't want to create any too many lumps, so I only added a little bit of liquid. We're kind of, you can cook this off, and it will thicken around the sausage and help with some of the browning. If you wanted to, what you could do is add some of the flour to the water here, like this, and then create a slurry. But I just get a bit nervous about creating too many like lumps. Like Japanese apple curry? Yeah, okay. This is just very Australian. I think it's inspired. It seems like it's inspired by Japanese curry, very similar flavors. But some people add carrot, some people add potato. For me, this is how my family would just eat it. Very simple, very tasty. But definitely if you're like feeding kids, carrot, potato, you could do celery in there as well. Okay, so we're just slowly adding some water as it thickens, so we don't create too many lumps. Look at that. The onions start to kind of like melt down, cook down. They've gone a little bit brown, so you've got some brown colour, dark colour, but that's okay. We can survive. Nice. Okay, so we're just going to let that simmer. We need to have a taste. It's 3 in the morning. Okay, a little taste. When you're doing something like this, like a sauce, make sure you're mixing before you take a sip, or take a taste, because sometimes on the edges it can be a bit watery. The flavour couldn't be dispersed, so make sure you give it a mix before you have a taste. It's okay. A bit more curry powder. Need some depth to it, I think. Cream? No. Tastes a bit like ho-hum. So, the trick my brother taught me. You want to add richness to a dish. You add a little butter. If you don't want to add like cream and add richness. A lot of French sauces are finished with butter. Gravies finished with a bit of butter. Just level it up. Getting there. Add a little bit of salt. Pepper. Up level, baby. Okay. Ooh. Yum. That's good. I've got a bite of an onion. Yum. Okay. I'm just gonna try something. This is not very normal, but I want to try and see what this tastes like. There is no music command. Oh, to change songs, do you mean? There's not that. You can get like a link to the playlist. Nope. Exclamation mark playlist, I think. Okay. I don't think I'm... Okay, I'm just gonna try this sauce with a little bit of sour cream. Damn it, Molly. I just fresh spoon out and I put it in there. Wrong place. So we've got a fresh vessel, fresh for the day. You need a clean utensil. Cool. Party music. This is a party. Nah, I'm not really, like, you mean like more techno style music? Oh, that's good. Yell at yourself in third person. Yum. Anime music, interesting, okay. We've found streaming for the last nearly 7 years. Can you believe it? Nearly 7 years. One thing I have learned in that time, I haven't learned a lot, a kid, but one of the things I have learned is that people's choice in music is very varied, and I don't always like it. I'm just being really honest. Different strokes for different folks, but there's some music that I cannot listen to. And we had put on, years ago, we put on stream requests, like song requests. There's some good stuff and there's got some doozies. So some of the stuff isn't appropriate for stream, or it's like either too, like doesn't fit the vibe. So you're more than welcome to suggest music to add to the playlist. It does need more. 7 years, those are rookie numbers. Hey, Fred. I know, I'm a baby streamer. Guys, I started streaming, Exceed and I started streaming when there was no just chatting. It was gaming and IRL. That was all there was. It was IRL, and that's what we stream in. And old school. Then there was like the creative, and then now food and drink. You seem more traditional than streamers with music command. You seem more traditional? What do you mean? Yeah, baby numbers. So it's an extra class to complete my learning from classic cooking program I did last year, more focused on local. Oh, wow, that sounds cool. I thought to myself, like, I'd like to do some, because I don't have any formal training, right? I'm all self-taught. And part of me would like to do some type of course, but then the other part's like, it's not really necessary, just learn what I want to learn in my own way or whatever. But I don't know, I'm still a bit torn. Okay, I know this doesn't look great, but it tastes really good. Guys, look at that. It's a steaming pile of curry poo. It's very good though. So if you've ever had bangers and mash, it's like a curried version of bangers and mash. It's not potatoes, it's sausages in a curried gravy served with rice. Traditional taste of music, not in the mood for random straight, yeah. I don't like, I want it to be pretty chill in here. Sometimes we dance, sometimes we have some, higher energy moments, but I don't like classical jazz or the, too comfortable, because then it lulls you into a comfy zone and people fall asleep. But I want it to be quite interesting with the music choice. And cover more bases of people's, genres and stuff. I mean, some of my favourite comfort dishes are similar colour schemes. Yeah. You get me. Comfort food is boring food, but in the best way. Like chicken and waffles, brown, but good. Chicken and waffles, Oh my God. Oh. Why did I touch the top of the pressure cooker? Oh my God, that was the dumbest thing ever. Oh. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was so painful. Oh my God. I can fall asleep to any music or yelling. I didn't know that you felt that way about chicken waffles. I love chicken and waffles. Yep, I got it under cool water. Ooh, baby, do you like that hurt? Ooh, baby, don't touch the heat. I touched, he just came in and asked me what I did. I touched the top of the pressure cooker.
Why you do that?
I don't know why I did that. I was too busy talking about my love of chicken and waffles.
That must mean you told the one story you have about chicken and waffles.
What's my one story about chicken and waffles?
Oh, about the best chicken and waffles you've ever had.
Where? It said that, oh, it means that you've told your story about the best chicken and waffles you've ever had. I was like, what story? He said the one story. I don't repeat stories. I'm not a story repeater.
Okay.
He said, okay. Where's the best chicken and waffles we had?
Over?
No, that were normal waffles.
No.
In Vegas. Nah. In Vegas, I had the best waffles I've ever had. Hungover waffles with strawberries. That were the most amazing. We're in the Venetian. And they were, I can picture where it was. This amazing cafe, restaurant place. And the waffles were about this big and thick. And they had strawberries on top. It was incredible. And I was so sad because they tasted amazing, but I had been out the night before. And I didn't feel good enough to eat them, but they were incredible. I wish I could go back. But good chicken and waffles. The best chicken and waffles I've had, a place locally that did like an Asian style chicken and waffles, and they were really good. But I think I make pretty good chicken and waffles. Oh my God, I got stuff on my shirt. Hey Maddie, how you doing? Exceed sounds like a normal day around Molly. Yeah. Exceed, he doesn't, when I scream, especially in the kitchen, it's just old news, guys. He's used to me making noise. I'm just turning this fan on. It's so warm. Okay, I'm gonna show you the most bland, weird looking dish, but it is tasty, very tasty. At least he comes to make sure you don't need to go to the emergency room. This would be true. Guys, I get up to some stuff. Like one day, I told you this story a few years ago. He was in the meeting, and my mum has always called me Too Fast Ted. I like to do things and I like to do them quickly. I don't like to wait around. If I want to do something, I'll do it, and I don't like waiting for people. So we'd got a king size bed, king size mattress, and we were moving the mattress. We were switching our old mattress for a new mattress, and Exceed said to me, I've just got this meeting and then I'll come and we can do it together. And I was like, sure. And then he was in the meeting and I was like, I'll just do it myself. Like, what could go wrong? What could go wrong? So I picked the old mattress up, and the new one was thicker. So I was trying to move it to get it in position, and mattresses kind of like, especially large mattresses, they kind of buckle. And it buckled and its full weight fell on me, and then I fell back into the bed base. I fell into the slats, hit my head in the middle of because the bed had like wood slats, and then it had a metal kind of rod going through the middle of the bed. So I'd fallen and the mattress was on top of me. I was inside the bed, and I had yelled. I was like, because it hurt, and there was this big crash, and then there was a yell. And Exceed told me that he had to say he was working for like a week to try and get this meeting with this international client or something. He said to him, I'm really, really sorry, but can I call you back in 10 minutes or something? So Exceed had to run to the other end of the house, pick up this mattress off me. He was like, what are you doing? I told you to wait. And I was like, but I couldn't wait. Like, I just wanted to see if I could do it myself. Obviously, can't do it yourself. Don't move mattresses by yourself. I hate pressure cookers. One mistake, and it's like a space shuttle took off. Mr. Biagi, we've been talking about this for the last few years with pressure cookers. It's a very common opinion. Unfortunately, the pressure cookers, when the demand increased in like the 60s or 70s, the demand increased. They reduced the quality of them, and there was a lot of issues with pressure cookers, high pressure, low quality, causing issues. These days, the more modern multi-cookers that are plugged into the wall, they have multi-lock systems, and
delicious.
They are much more safe. Get Baked, thank you for the raid. Come on in, pull up a chair. How was your stream? Thank you for bringing your community over. We're doing Nostalgia Week, so I'm cooking recipes and food from my childhood, and we're going to take next week, we're going to ask for suggestions from you guys for nostalgic foods for me to make and try, things that I've never tried before. We're starting with curried sausages. So chicken sausages in like a curry gravy served with rice, and I ate a lot as an Australian kid. Get Baked is a pizza company trip. Hey, nice. Fantastic, Diane. Welcome in then. If you've come over from the Get Baked stream, pull up a chair, sit back and relax. A little bit of an introduction to who we are and what we do is this. Oh my God, I've gone invisible. Kidding. Welcome in, everyone. So, what was I saying? Yeah, so pressure cookers, we were talking about pressure cookers and, you know, them being a little bit scary. I honestly was scared for a long time about pressure cookers, heard really bad stories of them, but the new technology, the Breville Fast Slow Cooker that I have has a multi-lock system. So when there's any type of pressure, the locks are initiated and you can't unlock it or it won't open until the pressure is reduced. I've been using have had one for 6 years. It recently, I dropped it and the bowl bent. So I bought the exact same one and hopefully it lasts me another 6 years. Big fan of pressure cookers. We created a pressure cooker, slow cooker cookbook called All In Together. And big fan. Never need a pressure cooker, rice cooker. It is a pressure cooker, rice cooker, steamer, rice maker all in one. Big fan. Chicken and waffles is even on your, isn't it in my intro? I forgot that. Chicken and waffles is amazing. Okay. So, rice, fluffy white rice, like that. Okay, I've just kind of pushed it there. Thank you, Roselli, for the shout out. Alrighty. Guys, don't we have the best mods? Best community, best mods. Very, very lucky. Beware, you amazing cat. You guys are fantastic. I don't tell you enough how great you are. Okay. Look at this. So these are curried sausages. Something as a kid I grew up eating and loved. I know they don't look really good. This is a huge portion. I know it doesn't look the best, I add a little bit of sour cream in it, because why not? Hey, Antamina, welcome in. Great photos in All Things Food. There we go. What do we think? Yum, yum, yum. Like I said, this time I made it with chicken sausages to try and entice Exceed, because he doesn't really eat pork, doesn't really like sausages in general. But let's see how it tastes like my childhood or not. I've succumbed to the air fryer and slow cooker. Maybe one day I'll get a pressure cooker. Yes. Yes, do it. Okay, ready? Hi, Jess. Yeah, this is good. Oh, yeah. Yum. Oh. The sausages are soft. The onion's got a lot of flavour with the gravy. I had a little bit of creaminess with sour cream. I think I was a little of a mollified version. But yum. So I used chicken sausages, but you can use pork or beef. Never had a slow cooker, but love my pressure cooker. Yeah. What kind of pressure cooker brand do you have, Sam? This is Chester, for those that don't know. This is Chewy. He's my little sidekick. Take the gravy off for you. Oh, the other one's coming. Instapot, nice, 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 nice. Okay. Remy. Hold on. Rem, here. Sit. Great job. There we go. The pooches. Do you have a Romy emote? I think that might be a different tier. Was my dad's, but I took it when I moved to Chicago. Hey, very cool. How long have you been in Chicago for? Heading home, be back in a bit, no worries. Oh my God, this is so good. Yum. Okay. What else are we making today? I forgot. We're making stew. 4 years, goodness. Oh. He went to prison, so no protest. Okay. He didn't need it. What took you to Chicago? Was it a big journey for you? That's really cool. I've been to Chicago once. I found it really cool. I would like to spend more time there. I didn't know. When I was there as a young female, I suppose ignorance is bliss, but I didn't. You know, you hear stories about Chicago being unsafe, but I really enjoyed it. I really liked my time there. I honestly need to check which area I stayed, because I don't remember. Chicago was unsafe in certain parts of town. Yeah, I don't remember where I stayed. But the people were really lovely. When I go to Chicago, my car takes me there. That's good. Does your car like Chicago? Hello. Driving like 15 hours? Oh my goodness. German pancakes. Okay, explain to me what a German pancake is. You know what we should do one day is a German friendship cake. Have you guys ever heard of a German friendship cake? Or German, I think it's called German friendship cake, not love cake, friendship cake, I think. It's like basically a sourdough apple cake. You make a sourdough starter, and then you feed it, and then you divide it in half, and then you give it to your friend, and then they keep feeding theirs, and then when yours is kind of fed up, like it's finished and it's all bubbly and whatever after a week, then you make an apple cake, and it's amazing. It's really flavorful. German and Friendship, what a name. Dutch baby pancake. So you want me to make a German, so a Dutch baby? It's like a big Yorkshire pudding almost. I can give you my family recipe. Okay. German, I haven't heard of it called a German pancake, but we make Dutch babies or puff daddies all the time. Sorry, who I just pinged. I don't think that pinging thing only works with people who are in the chat, like who are watching the channel, so it doesn't matter. My friend is from Germany. Maybe we can make one. Sounds good. Speaking of cars, I had to actually call and update my car insurance. Driving to the boonies for astronomy stuff a couple times a month increased my yearly mileage 14 times. 14 times? Damn. Wow, Kerry. How much extra was it? I never got it. That's what I'm saying. Oh, excuse me. Okay. What we're going to do is make a stew. Do you guys like stew? Like $8 a month? Oh, that's not too bad. We pay ours yearly, I think. The insurance is, I think that we pay $2,000 a year. Which is that? Let me work that out for you. I think it was $2,100 a year divided by 12, $175 a month. Back from being a responsible adult. What delicious did I miss? You want to see? I posted the recipe in All Things Food. Thank you, Antamina. Mine is a yearly thing, but they let you pay monthly. Okay. This is the curried sausages. They're very yummy. Exceed will just eat the sauce and the rice. He won't eat the sausages. We only have one car as well, because we don't need it. We sold my car because I was driving. So a few years ago, we would only drive my car, and then Exceed's was parked outside. But then when the cost of fuel went up, Exceed had a Prius. So then my car, we swapped, and I drove his car. It took a lot of convincing because it was his mum's car, and then he inherited it. It was like his first car. He had it for 12 years or something. Amazing. His mum had it for 4, and then he had it for 12. So it was his baby, and it took some convincing for me to drive it, but it was really fuel efficient. The old school Priuses were amazing as a hybrid. And then the year before, so we've had our car for a year now, we sold my car, and thankfully to COVID, because of the lack of cars and the imports taking a long time, my car, I got way more than I was expecting for it, which is fantastic, and nearly the amount that I paid for it, and I had my car for 10 years, a second hand. Oh no, 6 years? Yeah, 6 years I think. And then we sold Exceed's car as well, and then we bought one car. So we have like an SUV, family car. I'm so glad I get staff discounts on cars, or in general. What did you get? It's a bit older recipe, but I've used the family for 3. Wow, thank you for sharing the recipe with me, Antamina. I feel really grateful for that. That's very special. My car insurance also went up. Yeah. For us, it sometimes, like on the really off occasion, like on Thursday, tomorrow, exceeds going up to his specialist appointment, and I have to stay home because we're having that's another thing I'm going to tell you about. Fucking people. There's a cleaner coming tomorrow to do a deep clean in our house. And then we're getting our couch delivered, which is exciting. So I have to stay home, but then we only have one car, so I have to stay home all day. Or sometimes, like my parents live around the corner, like 5 minutes away, so I can borrow one of their car when we need. But 9 times out of 10, we both work from home. We go out together. We never really need more than one car, and we're very, very lucky that we can keep our costs down with that. Home, car, contents, travel. Ooh, that's good. All our insurance, a lot of our insurance, all of it is through one company. And we found it's the cheapest that we can find. And even with the discount, I still have to swap to another one of our brands because it's cheaper than the brand I'm with. I have a small 2011 Ford Fiesta hatchback. I had a Ford Focus. I love Fords. Grew up, my dad always had a Ford Ute, like a Ute, you'd like call it a truck, Ford Ute, utility vehicle. We always had Fords. My Ford Focus, it was called, not Frankie, what was it? It started with F. Frankie the Focus? No. Felix the Focus. And it was really hard to give it up. It was a fantastic car. Hatchbacks are amazing. You never realise how much room, and going from a sedan to a hatchback, there's so much more room in a hatchback. It's fantastic. She was a family car. Nice. All right. I don't know if you guys care, but I had a story yesterday. So last week, because I work from home and I can control my time more. So I'm usually in charge of like the household cleaning, organising, like family. Like I'm a stay-at-home housewife, working housewife. So I do usually all the cleaning, but because we've been painting, there's been a lot of dust and dirt around, and there's stuff that I don't like cleaning, like bathrooms and, the trophy wife. And the shit that you don't really like, doing like bathrooms and laundries and things, like toilets, things like that. So maybe once every few months, or we haven't had for a while, but we get a cleaner to come in and do a deep clean. Like I'm talking like cupboard fronts, showers, walls, everything. They're usually here for like 5 hours or something. And I found this girl who was doing a discounted price because she was new to the area and was doing it for $30 an hour. So that's $30 an hour is cheap. These days it's like $40 to $50 an hour. So that's why we don't have a regular cleaner. And she was doing a deal. So I said to her, "Can I book you in last week for a clean?" And let me walk and talk. And she said, "Yep." She would be here last Thursday, right? So I got the house cleaned for the cleaner. Like I organised, put everything away, tidied up for her to come. We exceed jokes around that we clean for the cleaner. And because you don't want to be judged by anyone. You want to make the house to be presentable and yada, yada, yada. So I cleaned and organised, and 5 minutes before she was meant to arrive, she sent me a message and said, "Hey, I'm really sorry to do this. I cut my hand last night, and I thought it would be okay, but I've gone to tie my hair up and it's really painful. Like, you have 2 bathrooms, and like I really take my job really seriously. I want to impress you. Would it be okay if I didn't come today and we rescheduled? And I was like, yep, I totally understand, because I've been in that situation where you feel terrible, like you thought you could do something, you wanted to do it, but then, you know, you got to pull out. So I was like, yep, totally understand. I said, like, if it's not healed, you know, she wanted to do it on the weekend, and I was like, no, it's like, let's do it Tuesday. So I was a bit bummed because I was looking forward to a clean house and like having clean bathrooms and things. And this is, I know this is a privilege, like, so it is an expense that, you know, we don't do very often. And then, so we still had a tidy house. So it was like, it was a bit of a bonus. The house was tidy. And then comes around to yesterday, she was supposed to arrive at 10 o'clock. So I rescheduled because so I was going to go to the gym and then she was going to come, but then we ended up having another tradie here as well. But 10 o'clock comes around and I was waiting, no, like, she hadn't arrived. So I was like 10 past. I'll just send her a message and be like, hey, just checking like if you're still coming. And nothing, no response. And so I left it for 20 minutes. It said she was active on Facebook. So I left it. Then I was like, at 10:30, I was like, I'm just going to give her a call. I'm going to give her a call because, you know, she said the reason why, she said she lived around the corner. So I'm like, it's not like you got caught in traffic. Like, you told me you live around the corner. It's not very far. It's not like there's any main roads around, you know, whatever. Didn't hear anything, rang out, didn't respond, like didn't pick up the phone, whatever, and I was annoyed. I thought, this is like weird, really weird. And then I get a message from her, and so just, she's told me, okay, so I'll send the messages, right, is that, hi, like, I just saw your post. I was wondering if you could do a deep clean on our 2 bedrooms. We've got 2 bathrooms and laundry, whatever. And she said, yeah, I'd absolutely love to help you out. At the moment, I'm only charging $30 an hour to get my name out there. How many hours do you think you would require a deep clean? And I said, maybe 4 and a half to 5. So perfectly, when would you like to book in? Blah, 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 blah. Then it goes, all booked in for 9 a.m. Thursday, right? This was back then. And good morning, Lauren. Thank you for messaging me. My hand is still extremely, she then, where's the message from, talking about her hand? That's, maybe it's, hold on. Oh, she must have rung me. Did she ring me? I don't know. Anyway, so I checked in with her how her hand was feeling the next day. She sent me a photo of her hand, so all good. And then, like, we had a chat about, like, you know, resting it and covering it, whatever. And I said, oh, like, I'd like to. She seemed like she was, like, had good ethics, like she was wanting to check, like, you know, she wanted to do a good job. I felt like she had integrity, and I was like, my mum's looking for a cleaner, so I kind of got a good vibe from her, so I was going to get her details from my mum. And so then after this, when I'd rang her, messaged her, had no response. She said, hi, Lauren, sorry to do this, but I'm cancelling all cleaning. This is at 10:30 when she'd meant to be at her house at 10 o'clock. Sorry to do this, but I'm cancelling all cleaning clients today and in the future as I've been offered a great opportunity in Queensland and need to leave this week for it. So sorry to disappoint. Good luck for the future cleaners, X. And I was like, okay, thanks. Like, I'm just so shocked that if people don't, like, have the integrity or, like, the responsibility to be like, okay, if I found out about this, oh, I got clients booked for this week, let me cancel them, or let me let them know. And, like, I'm not going to chew her out if she's cancelled me, but, like, I was frustrated that, like, I'd rescheduled twice. And if it was me, And if it was me and I'd rescheduled someone twice and let them down, I would have been like, okay, I'm just going to do your appointment, like make time to do that cleaning or do a little bit or find someone else or something. I don't know. I just don't understand tradespeople. Because the other issue we've got, the tradie who was here yesterday, is he'll tell me it's been a year that he's been fixing our roof for, because he works for a few hours and then he says he's going to come back, and then he said he'll be here on a certain date, doesn't come back, or you don't hear from him, you message him and he's like, I'll do it this day, I'll do it that day, never. It's been a year. And so he came back yesterday in a few hours. Just people are unreliable. I just don't understand how people are in business sometimes, especially tradespeople. I know it's a generalization, but there's a lot of men in trades that they just want to do what they do, and they don't like a lot of people. It's hard. They do a service and they don't understand like the organization, the business takes the back seat because they're too busy doing the work stuff. But it's like, how do you get your name out there and be like word of mouth with reliability and things? It's very frustrating, and I know I'm venting, but it's just something that I value of. Yeah, and I know what it's like, because you probably go on, Molly, like you're not reliable all the time. You say things on stream. I get it, but yeah, I don't know. It's just frustrating. So luckily I found another cleaner who's going to clean the house, and she just messaged me just then actually. But yeah, I don't know. You guys, reliable trades, do you guys have the same issue? I know that things have come up, but it's so easy to say, to send a message and to be like, oh, something's come up, I can't do it, I'm really sorry, and just be accountable. Or, yeah, I don't know, it just sucks. So yeah, cleaner, just want to find someone good. I know, just silly things. But maybe it's just, I think maybe we're all sometimes, I think it's expectations, right, as well. Maybe we're all a little bit unreliable in some ways. But yeah, just some people, like you try and with our renovations, contact people to do a quote or something, and they just don't even respond to you. Like, it's like, cool, you're really busy right now, but like at this is a time where you're really busy, but people remember that, and then they won't recommend you when the boom slows down. And then we live in a smaller town, and people talk. I don't know, it doesn't take too long to send a message like, hey, we're really busy at the moment, we don't have any, thank you for your inquiry, but can't do the quote, good luck, or something like that, like an automated message. I just checked on my dumplings after steaming them for 8 minutes, only to realize I didn't put the water in the pan. Oh my God. I know you said be accountable, but my brain made it into be a cannibal. Yes. Be accountable, but if you can't be accountable, be accountable. Be accountable. Be accountable. Be accountable. Because sometimes we all get hungry sometimes. But yeah, I get ya. That was a sharp turn, definitely a sharp turn. But what to expect around here. I just checked, or refer on to someone who can do it. Yeah. Like these days with Facebook messages, or you can create automated responses that, hey, we'll try and get back to you as soon as possible. We have a really busy schedule at the moment, but we'll try and get back to you. Or, like my plumber, we use this plumbing company all the time. Yeah, you can set up automated responses. Hello, Belgor.
Yeah, what's up?
Were you asleep?
I'm at work. Doing a course.
Oh, I didn't know it was today as well. Okay. Just a quick question. We've already made them, but I'd like your feedback. You remember when we made curried sausages as kids? Or when we used to have curried sausages? Did we used to have, was it just sausages and the curry gravy? Did we have veggies?
No, I gotta go.
Okay, cool. All right, love you. He hung up on me. He hung up on me. I'm just replying to this message. Calling to discuss the big issues, yes. He's trying to get a job in mining. So he's doing all these extra learning and skill certificates. Upskilling and stuff. He's a busy boy. Okay, so mining. Yeah, so Western Australia where we live, huge mining industry. Huge. We're the richest state. A lot of the other states won't like me saying this, but we support the rest of the world, the rest of the economy in Australia. No, it's a bit wanky. But there's I'm just being silly. Yeah, so we have a very rich state. Everything, the cost of living is very expensive. It's Australia, Perth is isolated, and huge oil, mainly gas, natural gas. I'm not really sure, but iron ore, really big. So he's trying something different. He likes to move around and try different things. He's done sales. He's been a chef. He just hasn't found his groove. And I'm excited for him to try something new. It'll be good for him. But there's a running joke. Well, it's not a joke. Running comment that because everyone gives Western Australia such a hard time, gives our state such a hard time. Because it's why would people come? We're so isolated and blah, 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 blah. The West Australians are because it's so great over here, we don't want them to come over. But they joke about the mining industry and the economy and things like that. Australia is isolated already, so they decided to build Perth even more isolated. Yep. The most isolated city in the world. That's why Taylor's not coming here. Pink is though. She's the goat. Yeah, we are a bit behind the times. All our money goes into mining and exporting, and we don't save it for things like NBN or dial-up internet. Those things that the more technologically advanced people have. We're still using rotary phones. If it ain't broke, we don't fix it. Never been to that. You are welcome anytime. You haven't seen beaches until you've come to WA. It's very laid back. It's beautiful. We love Melbourne. We lived in Melbourne for a while. I've been to Melbourne so many times, but Perth is pretty fantastic too. Damn, not good enough for Taylor. Yep. But next week I go to Pink. I'm so excited. I'm very excited for Pink. Very unbelievably lucky to go to Pink. You guys, Kerry and Nido, just crazy cats. Did you decide where you're dinnering? I said to Exceed, I was like, we've got some money in the piggy bank for dinner. We'll probably spend that on parking. So we'll get some food. But our idea is to possibly take the train up or drive up to the city, park in the city. We're hoping if we can get a car spot, then we can take the train to the stadium. Walking to the stadium is a bit far. But I said to Exceed, let's go to Nobu. And he was like, I'm not going to Nobu and then going to the concert. And I was like, but we've got a little bit in the piggy bank. And so we'll probably just get some ramen or something like that. And then whatever's left over, we'll put towards this, I'm thinking. What a hedgehog slice, out of curiosity, you'll see. You bougie bitch. Yeah. We haven't been to Nobu in like at least 6 years. So I said, I'm like craving, I just want sushi. But can't. Anyway. You take a hedgehog, then slice it. Yeah. And then cover it in chocolate. So, onion, then carrot. Do you think, what about ramen? I think it'll be a nice pre-concert meal. Pre-concert meal. Even like ramen, a bowl of ramen. We go to...
Delicious.
No. Frid.
Here's some money for dinner.
No. That's not allowed. I appreciate you. I can either put it towards this goal or I can refund it. No way. Not necessary. You guys have supported my outings and too much recently. And no. So we'll have ramen and a drink. There's a place called Lucky Chan's. Was used to be our favourite ramen place. Haven't been there in years, so we might go there. Or there's a few ramen places in the city. Just 100, 150 bucks. Have 2 drinks. And then we'll walk across. Hopefully we're not too full. Had some birria ramen. Ooh. Make it yourself. And then I think, it said to me, I said, do you want merch? I don't think I want merch. Maybe a hoodie. Not a huge merch person, but I do like hoodies in winter. I don't know. I haven't looked at the Pink merch. The only concert merch I've ever bought was I bought a Viva La Vida shirt at the... and I'm not even going to say the name. You guys should know the name. When I went to a Viva La Vida concert, I bought a shirt and I never wore it. Because I didn't want to ruin it. And then I ended up, I don't know, it's like packed away somewhere. I don't know, but I don't know where it is. So I'm probably never going to buy a shirt again, but I buy a hoodie. What do you think? Mary, I'll teach you a word. You want to know? You guys want to learn an Australian word? Where is my... It was just here. Where did my celery go? So, I'll teach you a word. In Australia, it's not called a beer cozy. It's called a stubby holder. I always feel like it pulls and feels like I'm choking. Do you not like hoodies? Okay. Okay. All right, celery, onion, carrot. Because it holds your stubby. So a stubby is like a bottle of beer in a bottle. We call it a stubby. So then you have a holder for your stubby. It's called a stubby holder. XE got a really cool thing for Christmas. He hasn't used it, I don't think. He keeps it in the fridge to keep it cold for his non-existent drinks. Where is it? So it's an insulated stubby holder. But you can use it for a can as well. Look at this. So it's an insulated stubby holder. Keeps your drink cold. So he keeps it in the fridge. I don't have any. Oh, I might have a bottle of cider. Let's have a look. Soju. Maybe this will fit. Bling stubby holders. Okay. So this bread is called swig. So it goes in like that. You put your drink in, and then you got that. I think. Yeah. Oh. Okay. There we go. I'm just special. There you go. Keeps it cold. Insulates it. Keeps you hot, cold. I suppose you put a can in there as well. And then the boys in our family, the boys got this, one of these each, and then the girls got these from my grandparents. So I got this, same company called Swig, and it's just I use it for water. Like that. I just put a straw in there, or you can use it as a cup. Really cool! It's no Stanley. Stan who? Stan Swig. So yeah, that is a stubby holder. Nah, I don't expect them to be big for like years. Remy. Two seconds. Sorry. I cannot find a pink merch other than the Telstra ones. Oh, really? Yeah, so, 1 moment. I'm not hiding. I'm just on my... I'm not hiding. I'm just... Okay, I suppose I'm hiding from everyone. Oh, the lady who's coming tomorrow. What? I didn't tell everyone about my bitch cleaner. She's not a bitch. She's just unreliable. Yeah, I like it. You taste it. It's probably a bit cold. I was telling everyone your stubby holder. Molly, we'll have to buy all pink shirts. I'll just have to wear pink, you think? I don't know what to wear. Maybe we should, so we'll have to do we're streaming next Friday. So we'll have to do like I'll get some options and we'll do like a dress rehearsal. What do you think? It's good, hey? Chicken sausages for you, my love. Or you can eat that all. We're making this. Responsible, not responsible is the word. Yeah, there you go. Not responsible. Mary's using the right terminology. I didn't use other words yesterday. What words did I say? I didn't say bitch. Exceed, I am a nice person. I would never speak like that. I just am shocked. It just shocked me that even if something coming up, you would let your client know and cancel. She just wasn't going to let me know. Don't dry purple. Dick butt. Yeah, there we go. Dick butt. That's it. That's my favourite word. Oh, I just burnt myself a little bit. Just a little bit. Look at those colours. This camera is so good. Guys, this camera is so good. Look at the colours. It's so vibrant. This is a webcam, guys. This is a Facecam Pro. Elgato Facecam Pro. The colours are so good. The quality is so good. It always shocks me and excites me at the same time. So we're going to pan fry this. Break up these little bits of carrot. This is the base for your stew, okay? Exclamation mark Elgato. Go and check them out. They support this channel. So support me by supporting them. Just go and check out the link. 2,000 camera lens, nah, $50 webcam. Hey. That's good for there. I can't really just walk around with the camera, with the webcam, and be like, hey, just pose for me, yeah. Can you imagine? Just have a laptop under my arm, just walking around and be like, yep, all right, hold on, it's just focusing, yep, snap. Okay, pose again. I'm taking photos.
Did you show people these?
Oh, I don't know if people want to see my nuts. I didn't know if people want to see my cookies. Do you guys want to see my nuts or my cookies? That's how I do astrophoto. Capture 15 minutes of video, find the frames that look pretty. Okay. Exceed, what would you like to eat for pre-pink meal? You've turned down Nobu.
Yeah.
What do you think about ramen?
No, because you don't want to be full of...
You don't want to be full of broth, he says. You don't want to be full of broth when he's dancing. He's going to be dancing. Get this party started. Boop, boop, up, I'm coming. Can you imagine? Exceed in a beautiful pink shirt, getting the party started.
Did we hear from Grumpy?
We didn't hear from Grumpy. Grumpy needs a review. Has anyone been to a Pink concert, or even tell us about the Taylor Swift concert? I didn't. We watched the Eras Tour video over the last 2 nights. Pretty cool, man. She's pretty amazing. Very talented lady. The old Tay Swift. Have you guys watched the Eras Tour video? Everyone, that question's everyone except Nido. If we tip to a certain amount, can you dye Exceed's hair pink? This is a long-term goal. I was gonna what's the word, you know when you have those thoughts that what are they called? Where you have those thoughts that come up and they're like compulsive thoughts. What are they called? You know what I'm thinking. You know what I'm talking about. Those. Yeah. That's what went through my head. Like, so invasive thoughts. So I had this invasive thought was like, if we hit this, then I'll dye Exceed's hair pink. And then I realized this is a long-term goal, and pink is next week. So no. I can ask him. We can hit. If we hit some of this. Maybe if we hit. So this week we'll add 50. Maybe if we hit 300. Intrusive thoughts. Invasive to intrusive thoughts. Yeah. Is there a tapas place? Ooh. It could be. We could find a tapas place. It's a good thought, Mary. It's a really good thought. I like tapas because it's a little bit light and you don't have to add too much. Okay, I'll ask Exceed. Let's just, I think he's in between a meeting. Exceed. Do you have an amount that they could use as a goal to dye your hair pink for the pink concert?
Goodbye.
Okay. He said no. He's in the middle of something at work. Antamina, I dyed my hair pink. I just dyed my hair yesterday. You could have said this earlier. I literally just dyed my hair yesterday. The only problem with my hair is my hair's dark. So I would have to like bleach it, whereas Exceed is like a fresh base, blonde base. Tamina said, sorry to be off topic, does anyone, the US viewers, have any ASL resources? Sorry again if it's an intrusive question. I have a new friend who is deaf. Maybe this is a better question for Discord, Tamina. I have a friend who is a Auslan interpreter, which is Australian Sign Language, unfortunately. It's a bit different to ASL. But that's a good question. That's a good answer. Check your local library or community college. It's a good one. I would dye my hair, but it's more fun to dye Exceed's hair. We could dye Chester's hair. What about Chester's hair? He's white. What do you think about Chester? You would be beautiful in pink. You can get special dog hair dye. No one come at me. No one come at me and say, oh my God, you dyeing your dog. You can get special hair colour for dogs. It's pet friendly, I heard. He'd be so cute. I think it comes out after a few washes as well. Okay, water in there. We're just going to cook this down a bit. Give the dog a blue mohawk every time he gets rid of nice. Are there ones for dog? I think so. You just go to the pet store or maybe Amazon for pet-friendly hair colour. Are you taking Chester to the concert? Nah. He'd be a good support dog though. God, Pink would be outstaged by Chester. Like, everyone would be wanting to pet Chester and talk to Chester. My Norwegian has so much where it would be epic. Wow. So I think we've got so many different conversations going on at once. I'll ask Exceed, maybe Nito, you ask Exceed in mod chat or general chat about the hair colour, because he might have a goal and he might allow it. I don't think it would be too expensive and too hard to dye my boring brown hair. I would do it, but I would then need to bleach it. And how much for a full body dye? For me, oh baby, I am too expensive. I only go green. Or blue. full pink body paint. Maybe. Imagine that, like telling my family, oh, my community paid for tickets for Exceed and I to go to the Pink concert on the proviso that I had to dye my whole body pink. For Exceed, it's not hard to go purple. I don't know if I like the idea of it would be cool, but I don't know if I have the confidence to pull that off. To dye my... people would take photos of me and stuff and videos of me, my whole body pink. It could be pretty cool. Or part of me wants to do it, but I couldn't. Just imagine my whole body pink. Who is the chick from X-Men, the blue one with the red hair? Just wear pink shirt and pants and vinyl body paint, exposed, yeah. I could just wear like a morph suit. That would be really attractive. A full, like, skin tight morph suit. What do you think? Amazing. Guys, we're supposed to be cooking. Pay attention. Beef. So veggies, beef. This recipe is called the Hunter's Pie. I need to put it on the website. I was looking at it. It was inspired by our boy Shock, actually. But we're not making it with pastry. We're going to make it with dumplings, actually. So, but the recipe base is the same. The stew. And then you put it in pastry, or you put a topping with mashed potato, whatever. I think it'd be hard to go to the bathroom in a morph suit. You just go, just let it free. And if anyone else has an issue with it, you just take some perfume. You didn't give us games today, so we were making our own. Oh, it's Wednesday, yeah. I'm just giving you a day off. Keeping it spicy, fresh. I didn't know if it was getting too monotonous for games, if people liked them very much. I didn't get very much feedback. So I was just seeing if anyone mentioned it today. Did you like the games? Okay. Let's while this is cooking, we're gonna think about pink outfits. That would be cool. Think of other things when this is achieved, what we could do. If you want to do something really big, because it's a big goal. So we could do, I said like a hiking stream or a dolphin watching stream. Do you guys want to go looking for dolphins? Molly skydive. That won't be really, I don't think you'll be able to live stream that. It would just be a video, and that would be only fun for you. I don't think it's like after the fact. Pink concert dress up. Is it costume or dress up? Ooh. Okay, so what are people wearing to Pink concert? She likes, oh my God, sequins like Taylor. Pink dress up. I'll just go like this. What do you think? What's her name? something. Oh, hey Google, what's the character from Legally Blonde?
Legally Blonde has more than 60 characters. Here are the first 3. Elle Woods, Chutney,
Elle
and
Woods,
Vivian
that's
Kensington.
it. Elle Woods. Reese. Yeah, but her real name is Elle. Elle Woods. Okay. I could dress up. Her tour at the moment is called not Freefall, Trustful. So I could go as a skydiver, a pink skydiver called Trustful. Cute dress but comfortable. Okay. Trustful. So she wears a pink dress with boots, army boots. I don't think I could pull that off. Like, I don't even have those boots that everyone seems to have. What are they called? The big, you know what I'm talking about? The big leather boots that all the cool kids have got. My uncle was really excited that he got a pair because he used to wear them when he was, in the 70s. 70s, 80s. Combat boots, but there's a brand. Doc Martens. How many of you guys have Doc Martens? Cowboy boots? No, that's Taylor. That's Taylor. Pink's more like grungy. Some Doc Martens. What do you think? I could cut my hair real short and then you got 2 pairs of Docs? Oh, I think that would be a good outfit for me. What do you think? Pink is comfortable dressing. Oh, I like those pants. It's a cool dress. Look at that. I gotta wear colour. And I know you're like, Molly in colour? Shock. What? I know, guys. I'll wear pink coloured for pink. It's a cool jacket. She wears a lot of no pants. She's fit. Look, again, no pants. I think I better wear pants. Look, again, no pants. Who needs pants? Pants, pants, pants. Was there a pants song? Oh, it is Friday, so Pants Off Friday. Only an Australian would understand that. Do you guys know about, if you're a non-Australian, do you know about Pants Off Friday? We are going on a Friday. Pants Off Friday, yes. Hamish and Andy, the best comedic duo of our time. So these 2 boys used to have a radio show. Now they have a podcast. And they used to, on their show, do Pants Off Friday. And it was like, they were the biggest thing on, in Australian like pop culture. And huge impact. And then, yeah. Hey Google, what is Pants Off Friday?
A According to Wikipedia, it is most often observed on the first Friday in May and involves publicly wearing only undergarments on the lower part of the body, not nudity. Except for making people laugh, the holiday typically serves no other purpose or agenda, but some organizers later used it to raise social issues.
Hey Google, what is Hamish and Andy's Pants Off Friday?
On the website dailymail.co.uk, they say, as the title Pants Off Friday suggests, every Friday the radio personalities strip down to their undies and go about their regular broadcasting business.
Yeah. So it just became a thing, Hamish and Andy in Australia, it was Pants Off Friday. First Friday in May. No, but it was every Friday. I don't know what that is about, but yeah. I was listening to them actually the other day, and they were talking about an interview with Andy, and he was saying that they had the opportunity to be on Jay Leno and to perform and get big in the US, and they decided against it. Just crazy town. But this is very niche kind of Australian culture, so it's no point really having a conversation about stuff that a lot of people don't really get. Okay, so tomato paste, okay? So we've got onion, we've got celery, we've got carrot, mirepoix. Then we're adding tomato paste in here. I'm just gonna check my recipe. Drive. Hunter pie. Okay, so this is a recipe that the base of the recipes I created for Elder Scrolls, but then I'm rejigging it for this and then putting the version on the website. So usually you use chuck beef, or you can use ground mince, which we're using, garlic, mushrooms. You can add bacon as well. Bacon or chorizo is really nice, adds nice flavour, but I don't have either of them at the moment. So we're going to add some mushies. Now that this is kind of caramelised and cooking down, it's going to brown now. These mushrooms are a bit soft. What was the last, have you guys been to a concert recently? What was the last one you went to? Was it good? Recommend? Was it a concert? Was it music? Was it a theatre play? Was it a pianist? Because before that, I think the last concert Exceed and I went to was Ed Sheeran, if I can remember correctly. We've been to the theatre, what was Matilda? No. Come From Away was my birthday last year. You guys remember? Did I tell you I went to Taylor Lautner? Taylor. Was it good? You know, as long as you had a good time. How was it? Tell us all about Taylor. Has anyone else in the stream, the community, have you been to a Taylor Swift concert ever? Nito went on Sunday. I want to hear all about it. Do you feel like you watching the movie before enhanced or took away from your experience? Adding some salt. I didn't want to pay over $1,000 to know. So the tickets, I was discussing this with Exceed. What was the average price for a ticket? Was like that the most expensive, 1,000, or was that like a reserve? How much were tickets for a Taylor? Nito, you would know. It was good to know what was coming up, but also not knowing would be an amazing, yeah. It was, no, that was the average here. Okay. Like if 300 were the most expensive on VIP tickets. Really? 349. So the people that were really close to the stage, how much were those tickets? Like, so I follow a girl called Victoria Devine, and she's on the Money Girl, and they were like really close to the stage, really, and like what kind of package would that be? And I didn't understand, like, if you wanted a VIP package, they were $649, $849, or $1,299. Wow. And what did they include? The packages. They were A reserve, so they would either got A reserve at $349 or $1,299. Wow. So Narnia kid who she paid over $1,000. That was a package, she said, a VIP package. It was incredible. I don't know what you get. A date with Taylor. All the packages were A or B reserve plus a merch pack, tote, lanyard, posters. Okay. Okay. Wow. Yeah, so I think if I had the opportunity, and like Taylor was in Perth, I would have tried to go. But I have an issue, but it's a me issue, and I want to say that it's a me issue, but I have an opinion, but I think I don't know. I want to understand how you guys feel. Okay, so you know how I'm a bit nervous how people will respond to this, but you know how the tickets were sold out. She only did 3 concerts in Melbourne, and then she's doing 4 in Sydney, and nowhere else, right? So a lot of people are traveling interstate to get there, and a lot of people missed out. Seeing people go multiple nights frustrated me. I understand that like they got the opportunity to go multiple nights, and I know if I got the opportunity to go to multiple nights, it would have been amazing, and it would have been an experience. And I don't know how I would respond, because a part of me would obviously take the opportunity and go multiple nights. But from a person that hasn't gone at all and didn't buy tickets or didn't try to buy tickets, the way that I think about it is that, if my favourite person was performing other nights and I'd afford to go, I'd go multiple nights. I get that. But there's so many people that missed out that I feel as though it's a little bit, I don't know if gluttonous is the right word, you know, like, it's like, there's so many people that missed out that I just don't like. Why can't you just have something and it be good and if people, I don't know, like I just don't know how I feel. Like I think I would like to get. That's why I thought the opportunities and more like to have a discussion about how other people, because that's why I like sometimes you feel something and you want to get other people's opinions to be like, oh, check in and check it with other people, reality check, get other people's opinions, because it's not always right and you always can think silly things. Melbourne had 288,000 people over 3 nights plus $20,000 people, 20,000 people, not dollars, each night. Yeah. But I know how some people are going to all 3 in Melbourne and 4 in Sydney. Then they're going to Singapore ones. But it's just like, can't you just enjoy something for the time that it is, and be okay with sharing that experience and wanting other people to have, like, that's how I feel. Like, my personal thing is, like, I would have gone, and then if I had an opportunity, I'd give it to someone else so that they can have that opportunity too, because you want it to share and have as many people have that experience as possible. I don't know. I don't have... There are some experiences in life that if you could repeat, you should. Lots of stuff never comes again. True, but... Okay, so if there's cake, right? All right, you're living in a world where there's cake, and there's 10 people, and you earn, or like you have the opportunity, you can bid and you can have cake. So you sit down and you have the opportunity to have 3 pieces of cake, and you sit down and eat that cake, and then other people go without cake. I just would share the cake with other people. Like, I would take a piece of cake and maybe have it would be nice to have a second piece of cake, but knowing that other people don't have cake and that I have the opportunity to have multiple cake, I wouldn't feel good. I don't know, I know how it felt, like going to, like, missing out on Coldplay, which I really wanted to see. And if I found out that other people went to, and I understand that there's heaps of people spending as much money as they can, and some people can't afford the VIP tickets and things like that. I get it. There's a lot of people that missed out because they can't afford it. I understand that. But there's a lot of people out there that could afford it, they just didn't get the opportunity. And the person going to 10 shows is spending $10,000 on tickets. Wow. Yeah. But, like, yeah, I don't know. You're just very generous. I don't know if maybe I'm in the minority. I don't know. And because I've been to a thing before, and I just wish that someone was there, like, with me, and like if I had the opportunity to go myself, or like them to listen, like them had to have that experience as well. I'd want them to have it, because then we have something to talk about, or you don't know that this kid, or that person, like, that means everything to them, or they could die tomorrow, or I don't know. I don't know. That's why I thought that talking to you guys. I don't think. I'm not on my high horse. I don't want to. It's just I'm trying to have a discussion with you about what you guys think, because I don't know. Maybe if I was in the opportunity and I had tickets and then I had 2 nights, then maybe I would go. But I don't know if I don't know if I would. I don't think I. But you never know until you're in that situation. Like, say if I go to Pink, right? And I love Pink and it was incredible, and they go, okay, do you want to go to the second show in different seats? You would think about it, but then it's like, okay, can I give these tickets to someone that I know will really like them as well? Yeah. So, like, 2 yes, 3 probably not. Yeah, I think more than, maybe, possibly, like Anita said, possibly 2, because it was such an amazing experience, you want to do it again. But 3, I think that's, just because I saw so many people on Instagram trying to find tickets for their kids. They were, had multiple screens open, and that the excitement is there. And, even, like, part of me, after the last few nights of watching her show, how amazing it looked, even though I didn't think I was as big a fan as some people, I know a lot of her songs, and I think that she's quite incredible that how talented she is, and her music portfolio and everything. And part of me regrets not trying because, you know, she will come out again, but when is it going to be like an Eras tour where it's like all different songs from all of her catalogue and things like that, you know? And yeah, I don't know. If tickets are not expected to sell out, absolutely, yeah, that's what I was saying. If they're not selling out, like if it was, you know, if Pink didn't sell out and there was heaps of tickets available for everybody, then I would possibly be open to multiple nights. But when there's such pandemonium and such interest and people, I don't know, I just think sometimes you can have an experience and it be, I can't think of anything other word than gluttonous. You know, what is the, hold on. Like too much of a good thing. I think as humans, we always want more. An overindulgence, yeah. Overconsumption of food or drink, but it's kind of like a overindulgence of and like a feeling, like, you know, you always want more, and it's like, rather than like, when can that experience be enough and you just enjoy that and have those memories and then share it with other people. People are sitting on the ground, yeah, amazing, with all their devices open, still trying for tickets. And some people were leaving early, were giving their tickets to people outside so they could at least get a few songs. That's really lovely. For me, it depends on the artist. For a lot of favourite artists, they do different songs on different nights, where I know the show will be the same. Yeah, and that's like, that definitely is a thought that went through my head, Polly, is like how it's not very different each night. And you had that experience, be grateful that you had that experience, and then allow other people, yeah, to have, just to share. Just to think of, okay, like John, Jacob, Jingleheimer, and Schmidt, okay? And there's 4 pieces of cake. And so John, Jacob, Jingleheimer, and Schmidt can all have a piece of cake, but John has a friend, Hamish, and Hamish has given him 2 tickets. So it's like either they could all go once, or John uses his parents' money or work colleagues or something, and he goes 3 times, and then Jacob, he can go once. Or he has the opportunity to share and take one night go with John, and then the second go with Jacob. So that's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's 4. So then Schmidt misses out. Like that's I don't know. I like sharing. I like sharing. I don't know. I have yet to find a musical artist I'd want to go to concert for. So attending 3 or 4 nights the same artist is nuts to me. Like, I had the most amazing Coldplay experience, and yeah, like possibly if I got the opportunity to go again, I might have. But now that I'm an adult, knowing that there was kids, I know it would mean the world to them, and like, yeah, maybe concerts are your thing. But I think it's the same with any experience. If I went to a theatre play, or I went to like a cooking event or something, I just think that, yeah, I just don't like, I think I like the idea what Nita said, maybe 2, but like 3, going to more than 3, yeah. I don't know. It's just something, I don't know, ethically. Well, it's not really ethics, it's more values, like, yeah. But you never, like, I don't know what I would do in a certain situation. That's why I wanted to have a discussion about what you guys think, because you never know in a certain situation how you'd feel. Like, yeah, like if an opportunity, like if someone else gave me pink tickets, would I go or would I give them away? I would, if they were, honestly, if they were like a different experience or better seats or whatever, I would take, if I had the opportunity to choose, I'd take the better seats and then sell or give away the other tickets. But I probably wouldn't go again. I don't know. Never fully sold out, massive resale type situation. When I had disposable income, I did not have an issue with going to see certain bands 3 times. Yeah. But maybe the situation's different. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I always get really conscious, like self-conscious of talking about things like this because it's like I worry about making people upset or angry or, yeah. I guess it depends on what definition of fairness is. Some people may see it as I went for the same effort as you, had the same chances, yep, and was able to get some and you weren't. Others like fairness is only going once. Yeah, that's the thing is like, it's very easy for people to complain and say that things aren't fair and whatever, but it's like, did you go to the same effort that person did to get tickets? Or people complain. Everyone's going to complain and say, you know, it's not fair, and like sit on the ground and stomp their feet like a toddler and say it's not fair. But like, okay, we had the same opportunity to go. This is some situations, like, you know, in some people work harder or they go to more effort or they save up for more money or whatever, and people are successful for certain reasons, for, you know, effort, and should get those rewards. I definitely get that in life. There are times where fairness is different, and not everybody should be handed out and get the same opportunities. But there are some situations where, especially with like Ticketmaster, with that whole situation of like buying tickets in the kind of that not bidding situation, the like Ticketmaster situation where you get put in the, whatever it's called, like the shit way to get tickets, where, and then there's no easy way of doing it either. I think this is an interesting conversation, applies to many things. It's just that most people, these tickets are the current pop culture thing people can refer to. Yeah, they don't have to go camp out for tickets to go on sale. Yeah, the lounge, don't. I have trauma. What do you camped out for something, Nito? Okay, so our the words, it's done. We're just going to add some more liquid to it. No, the Tic Tac lounge for tickets. Oh, that's where situate like is that what it's called? Like the virtual lineup thing? Is that what you're talking about? Online, yeah. Yeah, I was so excited, and I missed out on, and it's a frustrating thing. Is like, I live in Perth. I couldn't get tickets to Coldplay, and I've been dreaming about going to another Coldplay concert, and I couldn't get tickets. But some people say that it's not rigged, but for people to get tickets outside of the country and outside of the state, so that it brought people to Perth for the, you know, to buy hotels, restaurants. You know, it's good for the economy. So you never really know, do you? Okay, so this is the base. We're gonna add some chopped tomatoes. This is kind of our stew. Personally, I'm not a big fan of Taylor. She's fine. Bother trying to get tickets if I could afford it. I'd be fine with seeing the movie. Yeah. Yes, there's a person on TikTok who's from Canada. They're selling their Sydney tickets for $1,600. How many? 2? What tickets are they? Yes, guilty of going to Perth to see a band, but it wasn't Coldplay. But it's fine. Like, it's great. I would have gone to more effort to get Taylor Swift tickets if she was in Perth. The expense to fly to Sydney or Melbourne, you know, flights are about $600, $700 per person, and then accommodation as well. It's a lot. One ticket B reserve, so the 200 something. Oof. Oof. Oh, I just put ice blocks in here. I was meant to put water, but the ice came out too. So, this is going to be our stew. Okay. Let's make some biscuits. Some flaky American biscuits. These are yummy bits. This is the yummy bit. Okay. So you go to missmollyyanks.com, type in American biscuits, American flaky biscuits. This is AKA scones, AKA dumplings. We're going to put these on top of the stew. It's going to be chef's kiss. Back in time for biscuits, yes. These are amazing on their own, okay? Crystal says, these are fantastic. Wasn't sure how tasty they would be compared to regular scones, but they're a hit in our household. I added cinnamon and sugar to make them a sweet breakfast scone. Love this recipe. I've made it twice now and it's a huge hit with my family. I made the version with cheese and had great flavour. Heaps of good reviews. There's someone that gave it a funny review and I laughed. But I call them American flaky biscuits because that's what they are to me. Are they proper biscuits though, Molly? Are the ones the way that one person thinks they should be? So this is a review that I got on them, okay? I'm from the American South and I have no idea what this is. It's not a biscuit though. We don't add things to our biscuit like sun-dried tomatoes, etc. I said that was an optional extra, that they would be good, but this lady took it as truth. At that point, it's just a savoury scone. An American biscuit is not a scone. I personally have never seen a recipe for biscuit that uses whipping cream. We use buttermilk as American biscuits are not sweet. Whipping cream is not sweet. It's come out of a cow. Unless you add sugar to it, Australian whipping cream is not sweet. They're not sweet and have a different texture. We do not add an egg wash. Fine, you don't have to do that. She is also overworking the dough, which will make it dense. An American biscuit is light and fluffy, perfectly paired with butter on its own, or a great way to sop up favourite gravy. If we have something sweet with our biscuit, it's normally a little honey on top, but not usually. There are actual biscuit cutters you can buy, or you can use an old-fashioned way of making a wide-mouth mason jar lid. We do not cut in squares. A finished biscuit should cover the palm of your hand, if not a little bit bigger. I don't know if this lady is this person is from like their own little area where she's got a certificate that says that she is, or they are a certified biscuit judge. But I think that biscuits can be different. People make them different around, in the South. And this is, as it says in the introduction, this is my interpretation of an American biscuit, and they're flaky and delicious. And they don't have to be cut in squares. It says that. You can use a cutter, but I just cut them in squares because it was easier. And usually, doesn't mean like there's no fucking standard with food. Like food, people annoy me because things can be fun and it's fine. And it's interesting to see people's interpretations and have a play with food. Is this the egg lady yet? Tell me about the egg lady. Most of what she's saying is true of the standard, but anyone can do whatever. That's the thing. That's what that I get annoyed about with food is like gatekeeping. It's like, sure, that is true, but like why comment and just be a hater? But it's like, you can say, oh, this is interesting, this is different to how I make it. But there was funny that people have responded to the comments, and everyone can do things differently in their interpretation, and it still be good, and still be yummy. I understand that people's family recipes or the way that they do it is great for them, but there are different ways of doing it, and food should be a fun opportunity to try new things and have different takes on it. You did ask people to review your recipes. Yeah. But it's like the comments or the review section is usually for people who have made the recipe. So you go there to be like, once you've made the recipe, that's what the expectation on a blog is for people who have made a recipe, not to just pass judgment on stuff. And so it just makes me laugh. But I understand that, but I've talked to a lot of people from in the South that they do it in different, some people use buttermilk, some people use this, some people use that, and nobody can standardize what is right and what is wrong, and it's like, it's just an interpretation. If her recipe is so good, why is she on Molly's site looking for a recipe? It's the internet, the whole place is about passing judgment. Yeah. Oh, the one that said she was cleaned in the US versus Australia. Yeah. Eggs. The egg situation is a doozy. And the majority of the time, people have an opinion, and then they do what they do because they have the tools and the knowledge that they have. So people who make a certain recipe have made it that way, and they believe that that's the way it should be made, and everyone should make it that way. And I get that. Shake it off. And that's fine. I totally understand. The thing is that a lot of places around the world do different things, and they have their interpretation. Look at pasta, noodles, pizza, things, a lot of the foods that we think come from a certain place didn't originate there. Hamburgers didn't originate in the US. Pasta didn't originate in Italy. The origin, pretty sure, came from China. Noodles, ketchup, tomato sauce, tomato ketchup didn't originate in the US. It was actually inspired by something that was found in Asia from ketchup. It's a version of another dish or another, food is shared, and we should be inspired by that. And it's fine to disagree and have your own opinion, just don't force it on others, or respectfully talk about it, or say, hey, this isn't, this is the way it should be done. It's like, oh, in my family, this is the way that we make it. I'm interested to see that you've done it this way. Blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Because the way that I was discussing this, so we're going to add 2 cups of flour, by the way, into here. This is going to make the best biscuits I've ever had, and hopefully they might be something you enjoy as well. These are flaky biscuits. Okay, so you want to preheat your oven? Okay, so this is the other day to a person. So some people hate on people for making up box mixes, right? It's not real cooking if you didn't make a brownie from scratch. You making it from a box is cheating, right? The way that I was explaining it to a person, the way that my ethos on food is if Nita, I'm just going to pull you out and just use a random person, or Empotzler makes a brownie batch, like brownie cookie, brownie Ghirardelli box mix, and makes that brownie and goes, oh, that was easy. These brownies are yummy. I'm going to see if I can recreate them from a recipe from scratch, and finds a recipe and then makes it from scratch. Or, no, let's go back. So makes it brownies for the first time from a box mix, right? The second time, makes some tweaks to that brownie mix. Swirls in some peanut butter or, add some nuts to it. Fantastic. That's the second time. Getting an interest in cooking, building their confidence, learning something new, troubleshooting, having a good time. We love that. Next time goes, oh, Molly, do you have a recipe for brownies? I'm a bit nervous. I don't really cook very much, but I want to try something. Okay, takes a recipe, my simplified recipe, makes that, builds their confidence, has a good time, tries something new, gets out of their comfort zone, bang, we love it. Builds through 3 expeditions, 3 adventures of making brownies, has now made something from scratch. Goes, oh, this is fun. I want to try more things, more desserts. I'm going to try and then make a chocolate cake. Okay, I'm a little bit nervous, so maybe I'll try a chocolate cake box mix, and then builds to then making it from scratch. Builds confidence, learns skills, uses those skills, whipping eggs, beating butter into sugar, then transfers those skills to making more, then says, okay, I love this, it gives me an opportunity to get all my ingredients out, it's very therapeutic, builds confidence, starts cooking more often, more baking from scratch, and building on their skills. That is what you want. Like, the person is getting more confident, feeling empowered, feeling more confident, sharing food with their friends and family, and it is phenomenal. That's what we want. Who cares if they started with a box mix or they love using box mixes? I like using box mixes. Heck, look at this. I bought this week. This is a chetnad curry pack. It's convenient, it's easy, it's probably going to be yummy. I'll be inspired by this with the flavors, and then I might recreate it if I like it. Like, it's a really good introduction to new foods where I don't feel like I'm buying a pre-mix packet, but I can tweak and make these, feel inspired, and then cook it from scratch. So the same thing when we hate on people for doing something, not making something traditional, or not using certain ingredient, like this is the way it's done, you are removing all that opportunity for growth, all that opportunity to share cuisine, memories. You're taking that away and really preventing people from getting in the kitchen. That gatekeeping is toxic as fuck, in my opinion. You can share your experiences. You can say, hey, I grew up making curried sausages. I'm not a big fan of Japanese curry, but I like having it without sausages. Next person come in and be like, oh, curried sausages. I used to have it with carrot and I like it with potato. Then I go, oh, I've never had it with carrot and potato. I'm gonna make it this way this time, but I'm gonna keep that in mind for next time I'm gonna try it with carrot and potato. Like, we need to be aware and more conscious of what we're doing. Sharing how you do it is fantastic, but making that, like, acknowledging that that's not always the right way, not always the done way, and learning yourself and giving them an opportunity to try new things as well. Like, so much gatekeeping with food. There's certain cultures that, they turn up their nose and say, this has to be done this way. It's not, you can't call it that. You can't call it a carbonara. You can't call it a croissant. You can't call it this. Who cares? It's food. Call it whatever you want. Call it a freaking butter roll for if it's not a croissant. Or call it laminated dough baked in an oven. I don't give a shit. But if you're having fun, that's what we need to lean into and share culture, love on each other's. And that's what I feel about food. Like, yeah. So that's my little rant. I would love to see more people feel empowered and feel encouraged. And if, taking we don't always have the time, we don't always have the effort. Like for me, I like to cook from scratch at times, but when I'm on off stream, sometimes I just want to be fed and I want to try new things, and I don't have the experience of making a chetnad curry or lentil curry. So if I can buy a packet and eat that when I want to eat it, or like it's quick and easy, I'll eat it. But like this, it's like a medium spice. Chetnad curry, it's something that I might not have these spices. So I can buy the packet, I can try it, and then I go, oh, I don't like this, this isn't for me. I don't really like this lentil dish or whatever, I won't make it. But I might be inspired by this and make it at home, make it my own recipe. Same way when you go to a restaurant. Sometimes you try something and you like it, that you'll be like, oh, I like Indian food, I'm gonna try this. And I'm gonna make it at home. I know, Shadi, you had the same situation like a few weeks ago where Shadi made this, I hope you don't mind me using this as an example. Shadi made this beautiful lasagna, 90% from scratch. Made the sauce base, made the bechamel, and someone hated on him for like basically gave him the impression and that, you know, he used instant pasta, like pasta sheets. Like, come on, like, you know, you can say, oh, I usually make, this is amazing, great work, you know, have you tried making your own pasta? I get it, like, because I use instant pasta 9 times out of 10, and I don't like going to the effort. If I'm going to make all the, you know, the lasagna mostly from scratch, the one bit that I can kind of skip a step is I buy instant pasta noodles or lasagna sheets. But like, it doesn't take away from he went to this amazing effort. And it's the same way when we see people in Discord, posting photos of making a Ghirardelli box mix or making, you know, the box cupcakes or whatever. That is amazing. I'm so proud of you for sharing your cooking and being a part of your cooking, like experience and adventure. If you want to focus, say for instance, we do a cook along, right? And I gave you a recipe from scratch cupcakes, or you can use a box mix, and we're going to focus on piping. We're going to focus on decorating. Then you don't feel comfortable making or you don't have the ingredients or the time to make from scratch, use the box mix, and today we'll just focus on your frosting. Make the frosting, focus on the piping, and that's all the energy and effort you've got, then that's fantastic. You've learned something, because rather than going to the effort and the expense to buy the ingredients for the cake, you can focus your energy and your time and your effort into making the frosting, getting the equipment that you need. And you know, life is sometimes a bit of a juggle. Sometimes you got to cut your losses and you got to focus on what you can control. And then that's what I always say, like, I like to know the rules so that I know when to break them. Like, I like to learn and be aware of certain things, the way that they're done can be done properly, but then I like to teach you guys steps so that you can fudge it, or not fudge it, but like that you can bend those rules and make some, you know, lazy girl hacks type thing. Pasta is hard. People need to judge less and open their minds more. Yeah. And by saying this, by me making these comments, I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. Sometimes I'm judgmental, or sometimes, you know, I make silly comments, but it's not usually the intention. I do try my best to ensure that I can help you guys as much as possible. And we have a little bit of a play sometimes. Australian culture, I can be a bit sarcastic, but it's never intentional. I want to empower you guys and see you building your confidence as much as possible. And if I can be a part of that in some small way, then I feel honored. If I can give you a bit of feedback, a bit of advice, teach you something that I do that may be different to what you do. It's not right or wrong, but it might be something you might want to try. It's the same with these scones, these biscuits. I know we've gone on a massive tangent, forgive me, but yeah. Ghirardelli box mix are fire. They're okay. They're very sweet for me. I don't mind a box mix, but the Ghirardelli ones, American cake mixes, are very sweet. I didn't have egg. No, please send it to me. Please send it to me in Discord. Okay, so I'm gonna wash my hands because I just touched my hair. My big, long, flowing hair. Look how long it's getting. Okay, this is just a random tangent, just to see if anyone remembers. Does anyone know what my hair goals are? We've talked about this over the years. I have one hair goal that I still have never been able to achieve. I always cut my hair too short. I'm growing out my hair for one. I attempt all the time to grow my hair out for one reason. No. Yeah, but why? Where am I growing my hair to and why? Do you remember? Parade to sit on? No. That is very cool though. I always admire those people. Lady Godiva on a horse? No, what is Lady Godiva on a horse? No, donate's pretty cool. I have my idea, this is another tangent. I'd like to one day shave my hair for cancer, but I'm being too scared to. One day, there will be one day. So my goal is, it's Zorro. Do you guys remember? And like my hair, my goal is, I've always had this dream, it's getting there, my hair to be long enough that it would cover, because there's this scene in The Legend of Zorro where he cuts her dress and, what's her name? Catherine, whatever. And her hair's like long enough and it covers her boobs like this. That's my, my silly goal, my hair goal. Yeah, I've always wanted it to be that, just to get like to maybe to about there. So I've got a little bit way to go, but that is Catherine Zeta-Jones, that's it. There was always I talked about it a few times on stream. I can't remember, of course you guys forgot. Well, I probably haven't told a lot of you, but we used to talk about it quite often in the last kitchen. And it was just, yeah. I know, random tangent, sorry, we'll go back to cooking. We need 2 cups. Lady Godiva. I've heard, okay. There's a song that has Lady Godiva in it. Isn't it a Queen song? Rode a horse naked through the streets in town in midday. Okay. If we hit the goal, I'll do that. I don't think, I don't have a horse. We couldn't do that because I don't have a horse. Shut up, Molly, just cook. I support that 100%. Having had long hair like that before. Mine is down currently to the top of my butt. Oh my goodness. It's a pain that long. Yeah. That's why I always get frustrated by being so long. So 2 cups of plain flour, guys. 2 cups, I'm just. 2 cups, right? Of course, we're going to do the cheese version because why not? So these are American flaky biscuits or American biscuits. Had to take a call thinking about your night out. Wear very comfortable shoes, thank you. Had to plan to dance. Have a great time, beautiful. Thank you, Mary. I appreciate you. Okay, 3 teaspoons of baking powder. Okay, and this is, obviously this was the very controversial top ingredient that the person on the internet didn't like. I use whipping cream, heavy whipping cream. Instead of adding milk and butter to the recipe that a lot of other people do, they use buttermilk or they use just milk. I use heavy cream because it's got cream and butter. It's just this, it's got milk and butter. It's the same thing. I'm growing out my pixie cut. I currently look like Lord Farquaad. I love that. You're very pretty, Lord Farquaad. Okay, 3 teaspoons of baking powder. like that. Easy. Give it a little mix. Easy. Cheddar cheese, of course. We're gonna need butts and cream. Cream. And you'll be happy to know that this is in date. The cream is in date. We've been having a rough ride recently with dairy. Who has long hair? Guys, gals? Mary, thank you so much for your order. I'm glad that it arrived safely. Thank you so much for your support. Did you get your little extras in there as well? Everything arrived safely? Okay. I really want to grow my hair out, but it's always getting tied. Always getting tied at the mullage stage, yeah. Because then it gets scruffy, right? I have long hair, usually down to my shoulders. Any longer, I get bad at upkeep. You know, Annie? Or you do. For those people who have... So you'll know that I rarely have my hair out. So you just flip your hair up, grab it, twist it like this, bun it, baby. Bun it. Really, it's where my hair lives 90% of the time, in a bun. That's why my hair at the back doesn't sit down flat, because it's always in a bun, so that my natural kind of, what's it called? The way that your hair sits, it's like all wonky. So if I straighten my hair, I've got this like big puffy bit at the back because it doesn't know where it's meant to be. It didn't get the roll call. Didn't go to roll call. Okay. My hair is just past my shoulders. Okay. From the quick ones, yeah, I feel like hours of cooking like ragu. Oh, you guys are having a conversation. Okay. Remember, my hair is starting to tickle my neck. It needs to go. Thought I might start missing my long hair. But maybe just keep going. Beware, just keep tying it back and it'll get through it. So we added some salt. Okay, so this is the key. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Guys, the key is, hold on. Oh, please, 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 no, no. Oh my God. Okay, so let me tell you the key usually is. Okay, we haven't been to Costco in a while. I don't have cold butter. I just took out the pat of butter yesterday and put it in the bench bowl. The key to these biscuits being amazing is you're meant to grate the cold butter, and we don't have that today. So we'll show alternatives, okay? So, roll up your sleeves. Put it for the freezer as well. Yeah, could do that, but it is what it is. Can you put it in the freezer for a bit? Guys, do we have time? What are we going to talk about? I'll just babble for like 30 minutes. It'll be fine. We're going to get this show on the road. Okay. So, we have time. Turn on. Oh, I thought that this wasn't going to turn on. I was like, neato. If we have any issue with these scales, or we have permission to rail neato, okay? She's getting it. Okay. 60 grams of butter. 75, that also works. Rail me? Yeah. There we go. We don't babble here, we yabber. Jabber. We're jabberjays. I've been watching Hunger Games. Okay. So the thing is with these. It's really important that you don't mix the butter in too much. Okay, same, if you have cold butter, it's ideal because you create streaks of butter when you grate the butter, and then it creates chunks. With the room temperature butter, it's still okay. You just don't want to mix it in too much, okay? Rail me, I feel like that doesn't mean what you think it does. Nito, I'll let them do that to you if I want to let them do that. I know what it means. I meant to say nail, but rail is also good. You know, I'm a very innocent, very innocent, very wholesome lady. I don't know what those words mean. Okay, so we want really small chunks, like larger chunks of the butter, okay? So like really big breadcrumbs, fabulous. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna add in our heavy whipping cream. Heavy whipping cream, no buttermilk. Buttermilk doesn't have as much fat content. We want cream, okay? Heavy whipping cream. Grab this, or this. We were just talking, we have about 30 minutes. What? Yeah, it's still good. We've still got about another 6 months on it. Kidding. It's the 26th of February. Hey Google, add whipping cream to my shopping list. Okay. Hey Google, add heavy whipping cream to my shopping list. No, it's just whipping cream. It's not heavy whipping cream.
Sure, I added heavy whipping cream.
Whatever. I didn't add enough. I was too busy being a smartass. There we go. Now, you can add your cheese in now if you want. You want your cheese to be light. We're adding about ½ cup to 1 cup, depending on how you like it. And I like to coat the cheese in the flour so it doesn't clump. Okay. Like this. Easy. Now, we're gonna add cream. This. It's just coming together, just, right? Chopstick, 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 tap, 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 tap. So we're not mixing it too much. We're not creating, the lady in the comment was saying I was overworking the dough. There's no overwork in here. We are lazy in this kitchen. It's heavily mandated to rest. That's what I'm saying. We like long naps and minimal effort. Okay, so using a chopstick means that you're not pressurizing, you're not putting too much kind of pressure on the proteins, creating too much gluten. Also the fat content, there's so much fat in here that's coating the proteins, preventing the creation of gluten, okay? So what happens is the flour wants to join other flour. So you've got proteins, glutenin, gliadin, and they want to get together and make a baby, so they create gluten, right? But if you wrap gluten and gliadin in fat, which is butter or cream, you enrobe it in that. You put clothes on them, it's they have a hard time making a baby. So that's what happens. Sometimes people can get through the clothes. They get through the butter barrier, and that's okay. You want a little bit of that, but we don't want too much. We don't want too many gluten babies, okay? And that's what this does. By mixing cream rather than milk, the cream is a emulsion of fat and water, and it's prevents the creating of gluten. So this is going to create a really flaky, like in some aspects, fluffy, like flaky, wrong term, flaky scones or biscuits rather than dense, dried, doughy ones, okay? This is the key. The key, it's all food science. Okay, with your hands, like this, we're gonna grab. Any notes? Any questions? Any suggestions? Even if it's a woo or a meow. Okay, Miss Molly Matt, bang. Dump it out if you want. So there's 2 ways you can do this. There's multiple ways you can do this, not just 2. I'm surprised I didn't get anything about the babies. Okay. So all I'm doing is just kind of pressing, not kneading, just pressing so that these little crumbs can be added. If you find that it's a little bit too dry, you can add a little bit extra cream if you wanted to. Okay, so what I often do is, like this aspect where I like a hashtag lazy cook, you just cut it into slices and cut it into biscuits. I'm gonna add, I'm gonna add a little bit of cream, extra cream. Oh, I didn't add. Can you overfill a meat pie with overfill? Can you overfill a meat pie with meat? Yeah, because the pastry doesn't seal. Is that what you mean? I'm just grabbing some parsley. Forgot to do this. Yeah. If it doesn't seal, then it's overdone, overfilled. Sorry, dancing to Bruno. All good. I got some parsley here. They're a crappy knife to use. We aren't making actual biscuits. We're going to put them on top of this. Okay, my bad, I'm multitasking. Oh, good. So, see how these layers, see there? How many layers there are? Like it's going to create really flaky pastry. But what I forgot to do, my bad, is add some parsley into this so that we can make the dumplings. Okay? I'm just going to add a little bit of extra cream to help it mix in. So I want them, I'm making them a little bit extra wet for this, and you'll see why. And then every time I do this and fold it in on itself, it's creating more layers, okay? Just like with when we make the puff pastry, or croissants, we're laminating the dough. That's what's happening here, okay? So, easy. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna wash my hands. This is something that my mum and grandma used to make, like dumplings and stew. Okay. So this is our stew. Beef, veggies. So you got carrot, celery, onion, mushrooms in there. You know what I didn't do that I'm going to add? I didn't add any red wine, but so you can add red wine after the fact. You just need to bring it to the boil to burn off the alcohol. So it needs to come to a high enough temperature. I'm just going to add some Shiraz. Like that. And we're just going to return it to the heat. Like that. Just going to add a little bit more beef stock. And so the alcohol content in there, it will cook off in the oven if you bring it to the boil, cook it for long enough. But it's just easier coming here, warm it back up. You want it nice and like, it will evaporate some of the moisture off when you bake it as it continues to cook. How much red wine did you add? About half a cup. Yum. I'm just gonna add some more beef pepper. This is so delicious. Guys, it's midday already. We've been talking too much. You guys are just so fun to talk to, and you just let me go on my random tangents. We might cut some of those off and make some actual dumpling. What do you call them? Actual biscuits. Okay. And I know I'll get in trouble if I don't make them round. Part of me just wants to cut them into squares just to spite you all. But I'm not a spiteful person, you know? I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a lover, not a fighter. So, just want to press it down a bit. Are you a lover or are you a fighter? What team do you want to be on? Because sometimes you need fighters in this world. I think it's different situations. Sometimes I need you to do both. Or just drink the alcohol and do not worry about cooking it off. All that. Kerry, do you have a favourite photo for me? You're going to send me a favourite photo so that I can get it framed? Of your astro photos? I'd like you to send me one so I can get it framed, please. Even better, you can send it to me framed. Put it on my... I'd like a, if we're going for a colour palette, maybe some blues and greens. Okay. This is my biscuits. Yeah, that's good, Mary. Love mostly, but sometimes you'll fight. I like it. I love seeing, guys, if you see in Discord, photo share. I love seeing what you guys are, your hobbies. Feel free to share if you're a knitter, you're an artist, you're into astrophotography or regular photography. If you like bushwalking, whatever. I want to see in photo share. Share what you've been up to, what you love. Because a lot of the time you find someone in the community that also really likes it, or you're inspiring other people that might be into something new. Who's got a cool hobby? Tell me something about yourself that I might not know. Okay. Nito, Roselli, Mods, tell me something about you that I might not know. Or tell the community. Just going from the dentist, wasn't sure, you'd still be good. We haven't even made the hedgehog slice. And we're just talking about, Margot, you remember the whole controversy around the biscuits. Remember my biscuits were not real biscuits? I'm just showing everyone how to make the real biscuits. Something you might not know about me, I'm sarcastic. Oh, mate, I know that real well. And Margot, I'd like to know something about you, something new that I might not know. Tell me something I might not have known something. Paige, you're a surfer? How long have you been surfing for? I'm currently sitting. You don't do that often? Easy? How do you usually watch me on the treadmill? Yum, this is so good. Oh God, it's so good. Look at this. Okay. I coached the first ever Australian Poetry Slam team that competed in the National Poetry Slam in the US. I need to know more. National Australian Poetry Slam team. You're just like hitting each other with lyrics? Like what is a poetry slam? That sounds incredible. I just can imagine people just having you know how instead of like a dance off, be like, I'm a lyrical wizard. I'm gonna like whip you up into shape with my poetry prowess. That is incredible. I used to run half marathons. I just found this out this week and I never knew or expected this, and I think it is incredible. Nito, how many of you have you been a part of? Warcraft Tragic, that's how I found you. I love that, Polly. What are you rocking at the moment? Are you doing the season of, you have to forgive me, I forgot the name, Exceed was doing it. Season of something? Oh my God, I feel terrible. No, just retail. Nice. Nice. I love it. Can't think of anything new. It's a performance poetry competition, 3 rounds, 3-minute poems judged by 5 random judges. How long do they have to write the poems? Wow. Annie, you're gonna have to hit us with more poetry in Discord. You know that now. 3 events just used to head out around the streets every weekend. Amazing. So you have some tips for me to like get me into running? Why have you never said anything? And I'm looking for new shoes. So I need some recommendations on shoes, training shoes and running shoes. We took 4 poets to the US twice. Wow. That's amazing. I never knew that existed. That's incredible. Wow. Wow. Random fact, when I was 15, I got sentenced to community service for picking the lock on the back of a daycare at a strip mall. That's not creepy or anything. Why were you picking the lock of a daycare? That is unbelievable. I thought, Kerry, you're a stand-up citizen. 15-year-old being teenagers. You just saw a lock and you wanted to pick it. I get that. Wow. Is it on, do you have some type of is it on not a register, but have you got it on a record? They usually write and learn the words off by heart in their own, wow. I'm on spoken word hibernation. I stopped around the pandemic and took up drag instead. Spoken word hibernation. That to me means that you're not speaking out loud. You just type. Yes, it's on my criminal record. Luckily, most background checks outside of government don't go back to, wow. I'm on a long break from poetry. Okay, I respect that. I can understand. My dog has been learning to use. No! Oh my God! Why haven't you shared this with us this whole time? I'm obsessed. I feel like my dogs are too far gone, and I would love. I'm so obsessed with like intelligent dogs. I think Romeo would be really good at it. He's very intelligent, but the dogs who use the talking buttons, oh my God, it's incredible to watch. So you've been doing it for a little over 2 years. Don't think I've talked about that yet. We just talked about my other hobbies not long ago. Wow. Has anyone seen the pig Merlin with the talking buttons? I don't know. I follow a dog trainer, Sprinkle and Cedar, I think, is the Instagram handle. And she's got a greyhound and another type of dog. And they do talking buttons. And she does dog training with them. It's pretty cool. Okay. Thank you, Annie. Tell me more, guys. If I've missed something, please repost it. I'll try and go back into chat. I love learning about your guys' hobbies. Tell me something you may not know, like you've never told me before, or like a fun fact about yourself. There was something that I thought of when I needed to tell you guys. Something about me, but now I forget what it is. So I'm going to go through chat to see what reminded me. Surfing. Oh, hello. Little fun fact about me. When I was, I think 13, I did a Roxy Girls Go Surfing Day. And I learned how to stand up on the surfboard. And we got like, I don't know, you pay a ticket and you get like this like merch bag type thing. And thought it was really cool. Never been on a surfboard since. Yum. Okay. So the way that this works is, I just feel like this, right? Is you just get like dumplings like that. Break them up and just kind of clump them around. I like to do them like this. And you break them because then you've got ripped, scraggly edges. Okay, another thing about me is I was obsessed with horse riding. I still love horses. And I'm like, I would ride horses more often if I could, but I don't really get the opportunity to anymore. My mum was a horse rider and would perform in different horse riding events. And then when she met my dad, she took her horses and thoroughbreds down to the farm and she used to do horse riding lessons and things, but then it became too hard, so she sold them. And I always had a hope of having a horse on the farm. So when we went around Australia, my parents said when we get back, when we got home from our trip, or like traveling, I could get a horse. So I used to have a hoof pick and a helmet, and I used to have this little bag of equipment that I used to collect something like every birthday or whatever, and I was so excited to get a horse, and then it never eventuated because we ended up moving to the city and selling our farm. But I love horses, and I love riding, but I haven't ridden in years. And so Exceed and I actually, I don't know if we were in Tasmania, we went on a horse riding track, like an adventure, and went horse riding. It was amazing. But I wish something I could do again. Are you near Cherburger? Not sure, I don't think so. Never heard of Cherburger. Okay, so this is it. These are your dumplings. Okay, so these are gonna puff up a bit. So you kind of give them a little bit of space, like that. So we're just gonna add a little bit of egg wash to help them go brown. We have the help of Chester. Hey, big guy. Like that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Sprinkle me happy. I just want to say thanks for your stream. I watch it with my 3-month-old. She loves her Miss Molly time. Thank you. That's very sweet. That makes me really happy. And I'm glad that you're enjoying it. And seeing the subscriber badge next to your name makes me extra happy. Thank you for letting me know that. And your 3-month-old, how old is she? How old is she? What is her name? Fantastic. Thank you. That's made me so happy. Man. Still have never ridden a horse. Maybe this year. Yes. Yes, do it. So one of my girlfriends is probably not this Olympics coming, but she's hopefully going to. She represents Australia already in the equestrian team, but it's not like a normal sport where, you know, after you hit 25, 30, you're out and you're old. You can't really do the sport anymore. You can ride in your 50s. Like equestrian. The older you are, the more experience you have. And so we always said if Lauren gets into the the Olympic team that we would fly and go there. It's a little bit harder now we're older, but hopefully I would love to see her compete in the Olympic team. And yes, I have 2 girlfriends that ride like semi-professionally. I have definitely shared this before, but I had a donkey when I was a kid. You did tell me. I had a horse for 4 years. I rode a horse bareback once when I was about 4 or 5. Riding bareback is not as fun as it sounds. For me, at least. It is hard. Your thighs hurt. You've got nothing to sit on. Your butt, like you're sitting on their bare back. You have to hold their hair if you don't have a bridle. It's a lot of trust. And it ain't very comfortable. And you got to grip on with your legs. Like, so your legs are really sore because the thighs are really sore because you got to grip. How did you find it, Margot? Did you ride your donkey? That is amazing. Her name is Isabella. I love that name. Very pretty. Will you call her Izzy or Bella? Does she have a nickname yet? Well, I've been thinking about it. Exceed said we can't. Do men wear cups? No. My dad used to ride bareback, and I think it's more uncomfortable for them, more so than a female. Led around by adults. Okay. You have to have the right type of horse. Some horses don't like to be ridden bareback. I rode my donkey once or twice, but my parents didn't really let me because he was stroppy. I used to have a lamb. We used to have 2 lambs. One was Lucy and one was Clancy. Clancy used to let me ride him. He was a lamb and I was probably like 5. Or like a sheep. He grew up into a sheep. And then Lucy didn't like it. She wasn't a fan of me riding her. I was only tiny, so it didn't really hurt her. And it doesn't end well when you slide off the back and almost cop a hoof in the face. Found the New Balance I was talking about, New Balance Fresh Foam Arishi. $99 at Rebel Sport, amazing. I was looking, I have currently Nike Pegasus. They're maybe like 4 to 5 years old. 4 years. They're $199, so I was looking at buying them again. But it's a big expense. So 99 is good. We had a goat too, but he was aggro AF and wouldn't let anyone near him. A goat. Did I tell you my dad's got goats? I have to find a photo. My dad just said to me one day, he's like, they got goats. And I'm like, what do you mean you got goats? Yeah, he's like, we got some goats and they got them for free because their mum died and they basically reared themselves. and my uncle was going to buy 2, but they ended up getting 5 of them for free or something. I don't know how it came about. So I'll see my dad. He just said that they just come up to him and they try and nibble his pants. They're very cute, he said. I don't know if your parents are the same. My dad just sends me random photos without context. Hey, Thumbtack, welcome back. And he just sent me pictures at one night, like about goats. And I was like, well, where are these? What are these? He's like, they're my goats. I'm like, what do you mean your goats? He's like, yeah, I just got some goats. Where's these goats? Can you see? Where's his goats? So he said they're really good because they just eat the grass. I said to him, can you milk them? And I'm not sure if he can, but they'll probably just eat them. I don't know. Don't know. So he's in Thailand at the moment and he just sends me photos of food. Because he knows that it's his love language. He knows that I like food, so he just sends me pictures of food. And so like this was his meal. This is a random picture. So like imagine you're just doing your thing, throughout the day you're working or whatever, and you get a ping and it's just this. No words, just a picture of this. Right? And I go, what is this? I was like, well, now I'm kind of used to it. And I say, like, what is this, Dad? And he's, I said, ooh, and he goes, $6. Banana and egg pancake, $1.60. I said, that's funny, I just watched a video about that. He said, we just walked up to the street and had noodles at the little Thai restaurant. And then he sends me a video of his apartment in Thailand. But he's very sweet, he's always very thoughtful. So this looks like it's Thai chocolate and wafers. And then there's chocolate cookies. I don't know. Panda bread. All different cool stuff. So these are all packaged food, but he likes to share with me food and then tell me how cheap it is. Because he thinks it's too expensive to live in Australia, and he loves Thailand because how amazing the food and the culture. And I said, yeah, you think it's cheap because you come from Australia, Australian wages, and then you go there. I said, remember, for them, it's the cost of living isn't as good. I'll show you videos. It's usually like mango sticky rice or something like that he sends me. Oh, this was just one day. This is the photo. No, like telling me what it is. It's always like, okay, thanks, nice photo. What is that? So I think he said it was durian in like a pandan brioche roll, something like that. It was very different. But he will eat crickets over there. And he'll be sending me crickets and dried insects. This is always good. Look at that. Dry noodles, pork noodles. Amazing. I like durian. I've never had it. After all these years, I've never had it. I keep saying I want to, but I'm scared. Okay. So these is my rendition, my version of a biscuit, American biscuit, cheesy biscuit, okay? These have herbs and cheese in them. But look at those layers. Look at the layers. Look at that. Mms in the chat. Mms in the chat. Oh, so hot. So this is parsley and cheddar. Mmm. Look at that. Guys, the recipe is on the website. They're so easy, so incredibly easy and tasty. They remind me of the garlic cheese biscuits from Red Lobster. Yeah, so you don't have to add cheese in them. You don't have to add herbs, but it's an option. But these are really, really hot.
Delicious.
Excuse me.
Thanks for the stream.
Empotzler? Is that, are you Empo? God damn it, man. Thank you very much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. You go on here. I'm still trying to think of a good idea for this. How we can represent everyone's names. But we've got Fried. $40 and M. Potzler $15. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. It's really special to me. Thank you for supporting me and helping me towards this goal. Thank you very much. I'm very excited. $115. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, let's focus on the biscuits. Week 2 goal smashed. Look at that. Beautiful. Mmm. Mmm. Yum. Guys, these are so good. Better eat them when they're warm too. Yum. So I think you all need to make these. Get your butt to there. And as usual, if there's any questions about the recipes, I'm usually available on chat. Or there's a chat feature on the website or Discord. Send me a message. I'm here to help you. If you have any questions, feedback, I'm here. Okay, look. This might not be your version of biscuits. I usually don't do herbs, but this is just for today. But just, hopefully you're open to trying something new. Look at the cheese in there. Look at these, look how flaky they are. Guys, look at that. Look at these. Flaky. Red Lobster, yeah? And imagine these on the top of a stew. That's what's gonna happen. Flaky biscuits with a stew. A chicken pot pie on top of a chicken pot pie. So pastry, use these. Hold on. Red Lobster. I was going to say they make, these look better than Red Lobster. You can make them in your own house. Everywhere I've gone, I've heard Taylor Swift, I'm in heaven. Now you got Ed. I don't think I've got Taylor on this playlist. We need to add more songs to the playlist, so give me some suggestions. Okay. Hedgehog slice, let's go. How exciting. So she's playing Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Delicious.
Mary.
Come for the meal tonight, yummy face.
Mary? Mary, thank you very much. Guys, get some love and some hype. Can you hear that? Mary, thank you very much. Thank you for $10. Kerry, had a horrible night's sleep yesterday. I think I'm going to head out a bit early and get some more snores in. Fantastic. You need to do that. Look after yourself. I'm proud of you for looking after yourself. And I look forward to seeing more photos, please, in Discord. Like I said, I'm going to, if you put one in there that's good, maybe I'll get it blown up and I'm going to steal your photos. And I'll not steal them, but if there's something that you like, that you really like, I'd like to get it printed out. I might put it in my office. I think it's so cool to see. Mary. 50. Mary Todd 50. Thank you for $10. Heading into a meeting. I'll be back in an hour if you're still here. Maybe. Enjoy the meeting. Be good. Let me know if there's one you really like because I can send you the full resolution version. Yes, that would be fantastic. Mary, thank you very much. You're on the list. You're a superstar. I really appreciate your support. Okay, let's make a hedgehog. We're gonna learn how to make it together. Okay, so I think there might be a recipe. I don't want to get, I want to see if there's one here because this is authentic Australian Women's Weekly. Okay, hedgehog slice. This is an old school cookbook from my childhood. The Australian Woman's Weekly, the big book of beautiful biscuits. I don't know if this is biscuits, it might not have hedgehog, but we can always hope. See if there's a, this is old. The index is by almond, apricot was chocolate. Chocolate coconut bars, nut slice Wheaties, lambuchkin, Neenish biscuits, chocolate chip cookies. Okay. Almond chocolate cups. Nope, okay. So we'll just put that there for a minute. Hedgehog slice, okay? Hedgehog slice. Here we go. Western Star butter. Let's make this one. All right, so we need a packet of plain biscuits, some coconut, walnuts, cocoa, dark chocolate, butter, can of condensed milk. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay. So it's kind of like a chocolate fudge, but with nuts and cookies in it. So we need cocoa, coconut. It said desiccated, didn't it? I said, yeah, desiccated coconut. It's like finely chopped coconut. Then we need a can of condensed milk. Let's have a few of them. Walnuts. Walnuts. I think that's it. Butter. Oh, the cookies. I'm back. We're using milk arrowroot biscuits today, the classic. Milk arrowroot. I don't actually know why they're called arrowroot. Oh, it has 0.1% of arrowroot flour in it. Just a regular cookie, but it's got a tiny bit of arrowroot flour in it. Okay. Weird. Dark chocolate, 150 grams. Okay. What have I got? Wow. What is this chocolate? So semi-sweet, how many percentage is semi-sweet? I'm not going to use semi-sweet because it's all I have. Okay. Ghirardelli 60%. And then we've got some milk chocolate as well. And then this is a bit of lint. But I think I might just eat this. 150 grams. Okay. I'm gonna make half the recipe. I know. But it makes a lot and it's just Exceed and I. So I should be able to make it into this. We'll use half of this and I'll put the rest in the squeezy container. My biggest recommendation with condensed milk is get like a squeezy container like this. That means you don't have to use the whole tin. Decant it in there and just use as much as you need. Keep it in the fridge and it keeps it fresh for long. So you don't... It's been like that since Christmas. What are we in now? February. Amazing. And then you can have like condensed milk whenever you want. You can drizzle it on strawberries or whatever and you don't feel like you have to open a whole container. Okay. Alrighty. Small saucepan, heat the dark chocolate butter and condensed milk over low heat. I forgot to thank you for the inspiration for the hot chicken dip over Christmas. It was the star of the family Boxing Day feast and then made it again. No way. Actually, it's a recipe that needs to go on the website, but I need to re-photograph it. You're inspiring me. Now that I know you like it, thank you. I'm glad that they loved it. It is a goodie. If you like that, if you like a warm dip, try the Mexican street corn dip from the website. If you like corn, that is the last 2 years for my Christmas Day, everyone devours it. So I'm glad to hear it. Thank you. Okay, so we need 75 grams of dark chocolate into a saucepan. So our scales. Big fan of these scales. Don't tell Nito. Kidding. Okay. Heddle, there we go. It just has a bit of, what does it have in there? Oh, nuts. Yesterday I made candied nuts. Just got a bit of nut dust. Okay, so into here we want 75 grams of dark chocolate. Oh, that's a lot. Is it right? 150? No. Yeah, 150 divided by 2 is 75. There we go. Quarter of a cup, no, hold on. So into here we're adding chocolate, butter and condensed milk. So 150 295 divided by 2 is 295 divided by 2, 147 grams. Zero it. Oh, yes, so we kind of mentioned it. It's supposed to look like the biscuit, when it's cut, the biscuit looks like hedgehog quills. I call bullshit, I call like a really strong bullshit on it. I don't think it looks anything like a hedgehog quill. It's one of those things that just doesn't make sense. I'm going to take the lid off. So half a can of condensed milk. So I don't really need to open another can. Still a little bit in there. Cool. So then we need butter. So 50 grams of butter. So zero this again. These scales are really cool. Is it a reused bottle? Yes. So all I do is, it was Nestle condensed milk brand, and then I peeled off the label and I just reuse it. But you can just get a normal squeezy jar, and then all I do is I take this lid off. Every now and then I will wash it out and clean it, and then replace another bottle, another can in there. So it means that I can have it when I just want to use a little bit of condensed milk in like a drink, cocktail, a dessert, and I don't need to open a whole tin. It's really cool, yeah. So we want 50 grams of butter. How are these going? They're looking good, they're nearly ready. Living your best life. With you and Potzler. Oh, luckily, 50 grams. That. Nope, I'm gonna put this little thing on here. Look how dirty my stove is. Okay. Then into a bowl, we're gonna add in, so into here we want the biscuits. Into a Ziploc bag, push the air out before sealing, carefully crush the biscuits. So these are our cookies. So you want a 250 gram packet of like graham crackers or Oreo cookies, whatever. These are the ones that we always used as kids. Hey, Monkey Tamer. So you kind of, it's fun to just crush them with your hands. Like that, break it into small bits. So it's supposed to, when they say, when you cut through the slice, the pieces of cookie looks like a hedgehog quill. I call bullshit, but it's just got that name for some reason. There we go. Oh. Okay. And then from here, we're gonna get some coconut. So half a cup of coconut, or quarter cup, sorry, because we're halving it. About that much. We'll fight till it's over. All right. The biscuits looking amazing. All right, I'm going to turn the heat off here because use the residual temperature. There we go. So it doesn't burn the chocolate. This is basically a brigadeiro. So if you keep cooking this, it makes that fudge that's in my Christmas ebook. You can add some Baileys. It was like a Brazilian fudge. I like this feeling being hold on. Look at that. Look amazing. So that's butter, condensed milk, and chocolate. Then we're going to add a tablespoon of cocoa powder. Just extra chocolatiness. And then into here we want some walnuts. So you can put this in the food processor to blend it up a bit smaller if you want. I feel like we probably should have made it go a bit smaller, but whatever. The smaller it is, the more evenly distributed the kind of chocolate mix goes. It's not so chunky. If you like chocolate, this is quite nice. Look. So you can keep cooking this and it'll thicken and you can just eat it like that. Very hot. So be careful. Okay. I'm going to turn the heat oven off. Just for a minute to give us more time so we can... Chunk it up a little bit. Yeah, the fudge, the Bailey's fudge from the Christmas ebook. All right. I think I'm going to change this. I might use this. Delicious even. Delicos. How are we doing? French this up. Oh, wonky. Like that. This is your mix. Add this, so it's a no-bake dessert. And you can do a topping as well, so you can add like a chocolate icing layer. There you go. There you go. The warmth kind of softens the cookie just a little bit. I remember as a kid we used to... I like it without the frosting as well. It doesn't need any more chocolate. It's fine as it is. Okay. Like this. this. I might just push it. Take this one out. So you just want to press it firmly in there. Like that. Fabulous. And then we're going to refrigerate that, or I'm going to freeze it real quick. And then take it out, slice it. And there's your hedgehog. So what's the time? Punch in, yeah. Punch it. Are you ready? Do you want to see? Let's knock something over. Do you want to see the dumplings and stew? I said you want to hear the dumplings and stew? Look at that. Look at that. So beef stew with basically American flaky biscuits. Cheesy, parsley, cheesy herby, flaky biscuits. And then underneath you have a beautiful rich beef stew. What do we think? Yeah. What's a girl to do? That. Could be on the menu next cold rainy day. That's it. The lighting isn't, hold on. The lighting's like never really great with this. There we go. So they're soft underneath because they absorb the stew, but then on top they're really flaky, buttery. Just the cheese scones. Next need a fix. Cheese flicks. Yeah. Look at that. What do you think? Yeah. Sexy. Thanks. Sexy stew. Ooh, ah. Sexy stew. In the chat. In the chat. In the chat. In the chat. Let's have a taste. Hearty beef stew. Like I said, you can do it with like slow cooked chunks of beef. Add heaps of veggies. It's got mushroom, carrot, onion, celery. Let's have a taste. And you can also do it with my pot pie recipe, which is kind of like creamy chicken pie. That works really nice as well. Vegetarian pie. It just goes, it's like very comforting. You can always cook the biscuits on the side and then serve them together if you don't like them kind of going a bit soft underneath. Yum. So 2 nostalgic dishes for me, curried sausages and stew with dumplings. And now, it wouldn't have solidified that much, but we gave it like 5 minutes. See how it turned out. But I'll pop a photo on Discord. Okay, ready? Does that look like a hedgehog to you? Does that look like a hedgehog? Nope, me either. I don't think so. But it's usually a bit more solid because it sets in the fridge. But that's your hedgehog slice. But it's very good. It was very yummy. Like the good thing about like the cookies aren't too sweet, so kind of gives a little bit of kind of like salty, sweet crunch. Very good with coffee. Nuts in there. I haven't had it in years. Yummy. It's easy. A packet of plain biscuits, a tin of condensed milk, 100 grams of butter or a stick of butter, if you're in North America. It's just under a stick of butter. 150 grams of dark chocolate. It's like a cup of dark chocolate. 2 tablespoons of cocoa, half a cup of walnuts, and half a cup of coconut. Like so easy. Mix it, pop it in the fridge. What is your DOTD? What do you think? What is your dish of the day? Unfortunately, the curried sausages are looking a bit sad. Exceed ate the plated up version, which I said it could. So we'll do another one. For me, I would say the hedgehog slice is really nice, but I like the biscuits and gravy, biscuits and stew. Where'd my rice go? You wanna get married, run away. I wanna wake up where you are. All of it? What is your DOTD? Dish of the day, dish of the day. The shoe looks amazing, but the curried sausages have piqued my interest. Okay, that makes me happy. They're looking a bit sad. They're very tasty. Hedgehog for me. All of it says Mary. The stew looks amazing, but the curried sausages for Beware. What is your DOTD? Your pick of the day. Hedgehog slice. Okay, it looks like this. Not hedgehog quills. Curried sausages. Biscuits or flaky dumplings with stew. So there's a recipe for them on their own, which makes these. Flaky cheesy biscuits. Look at that. These have cheese and herbs, but you can just do them regular if you want. Big fan, guys. You'll love them. I'm excited just to eat these on their own. Everything looks lovely. Thank you. Dumplings with stew for you, Polly. Nice. Hey, Bo. I'm low-key obsessed with curried egg sandwiches now. So obviously on board with the Australian approach of curry flavour. Yes, I love that. So, nostalgia food. Next time, Friday. I don't know if we do damper anymore, but we're gonna do fish and chips and a chip sani. Do you know what either of those are? And instead of damper, we might do damper because I'm gonna do damper with jam and cream, I think. It's a very classic Aussie thing. So nostalgia for me, this week is nostalgia for me, and I'm interested, please send in your suggestions in Discord about nostalgic food for you. Next week we're gonna try food that is from your childhood, food that you grew up with. We've got suggestions so far of jelly salad, lime jelly, and cottage cheese salad, I think. There's a few weird and wacky flavors. Beer damper. I wasn't gonna make beer damper, I was just gonna make regular damper. Damper is the thing I don't know. It's easy and you'll be able to recreate it. It's like bush bread. It's like soda bread, basically. And then the way that my family used to eat it was to cut it and serve it with jam and cream. There was always a big dessert in my family. We're not those family that every meal, like every dinner had dessert. It was always a very special treat. And we used to get fresh bread and we used to put jam and cream on top, and that was like a treat. Salmon pie by my grandma, okay. Keep the suggestions coming, pop them in Discord, and I'm gonna be creating the menu for next week from your food suggestions. Pork ribs with panskraut, which is potatoes with sauerkraut basically. Oh, okay. Fancy. All right, keep them coming. So next stream is 1 day and 19 hours. So Friday morning if you're in Australia, Thursday night if you're in North American time zone or Europe. Okay, it's gonna be a good one. Thank you to those who have contributed to today's stream. Beware resub for 28 months, Get Baked rated, Frid for the $40, Empo for the 15, and Mary for the 10. It's really, truly special. I'm so grateful for the support. For those who are liking the content and the tips, the goal is for me to buy a new camera lens, something that I've dreamed about for such a long time, and my first ever zoom lens to hopefully start for my photography career, to start getting clients and be able to take better photos and be able to make that, to work alongside the stream content. And I'm so grateful for the support. So each week we're going to be doing the goal, but now that we've hit it, it'll just kind of restart again. I'm very, very grateful for you all being here, you subscribing to the channel, you supporting me, giving lovely feedback, lovely comments, but also letting me know how I can improve. !Schmuck feedback is an amazing way. Things you'd like to see on here, ideas for the stream, things you'd like me to make. Thank you, everybody. You guys are pretty amazing humans. And thank you for sharing everyone's little things I didn't know about you. That's really cool. Please, we might do that like maybe once a week. Share something new that, you know, someone might not know in the community. I love learning about your different hobbies and what you guys do. It's really cool. And I hope I can share you something each week about me that you might not know. Okay, let's jump over to Billy. I like rating musicians, it's always a lot of fun. Very handsome Billy. He is a bit of a laugh. I think he's a Kiwi from New Zealand. Lovely human, lovely streamer, really talented. I'd love for you guys to copy and paste this raid call message. Thank you to the mods for your support today, and thank you for keeping everything on track. Thank you for being amazing, everybody. Hope you have a great week. I'll see you on Friday. Take care, brush your hair, be good to yourself and those around you. Copy and paste this. Let's go over see Billy and see what he's singing. See you guys.